Check 1 2 check 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello and welcome back. I am your most humble narrator, Michael S. DiNicola Prescott Esquire. No, I am Michael DiNicola. I am here for your artistic pleasure. This is a replay of yesterday's drawing. I combined two. You know what? I've got Pinterest up. I will show you how the sausage got made yesterday. I found two images. Image number one, just a random Pinterest. I liked her face shape and hair. Then I liked this outfit. So upon seeing this, I said, let me merge A and B. And this is how we arrived at this particular sketch. You can kind of see I tweaked some things. I obviously did not use the likeness of her face. I wanted to keep it in a more comic-like style, as I tend to draw. And yeah, let me speed this up for you a little bit. I did some pencils that I didn't bother to clean up because that's how I roll. Added some texture to the dress. Gave her some fishnets. Hello, Nikki Chicky. Welcome back. Hello, Balandor. Hello, Praetor. I tossed some fishnets on her. Added a multiply layer for some shade. Tossed a little bit of color on there for funsies. And Bob's your uncle.
I tried social media detox. It didn't work.
Nikki Chicky. How long were you away for? I managed to, dude, I haven't been on Instagram for, the last time I was on Instagram, like made a post on Instagram, not just like looked at a few pictures. I'll tell you. I got it, wait for it. It was February 11th. I nuked my whole account. I decided to take a break from Instagram. Every now and then I'll go on there and just look at some plants, but I'm not posting or anything. I think maybe today's the day I start making posts again. Instagram is the new Facebook for me. In that it's a platform that only old people use to keep in touch. Facebook, man. I'm technically broadcasting on Facebook right now, but that is a platform I just about never use. Facebook. All right, where were we? Where was we? Today's video. Let's try. How are you doing? How's life? Oh, life ain't so bad. I finally saw Batman. I didn't like it. Really? I think you'd be the only person who didn't like the new Batman. Alright, so I think today's sketch, I am going to attempt to sketch my wizard character. I'm not the only person. I met one other. Hey Nick, did you see the new Batman? What didn't you like about it? I would put it up there with one of the best Batman movies of all time. Now I do need to see it. I do want to see it one more time before it leaves the theater. I wouldn't put it above The Dark Knight, but I would definitely put it. I would put it higher than Batman Begins. I found it to be pretty boring. I think the action might be slow at some points, but I wouldn't call it boring. And way too long, but I've liked it. I would say you might be able to trim the movie by about 30 minutes. But aside from running a tad long, I'd say it was solid. It makes me very eager and excited for the next one. Wait, so Praetor, what are your top Batman movies? I mean, it's 100% better than any of the Tim Burton Batman films, hands down. Hands down, bar none. Those films are near unwatchable. If you remove the nostalgia from it, those films are hard to get through. Not sure that I could describe my feelings on it other than boring. I don't know, man. I think you have to do a better job than that. Yeah, in parts it was slow paced, but it worked for the film because it was methodical. And it also, what really makes the slower parts stand out are when the action really ramps up. When the action ramps up, man, it's really something else. I will say, I think Christian Bale does a better Bruce Wayne. I'm not as much of a fan of Robert Pattinson's Bruce Wayne. I think because it's so far removed from but the thing is, in its world it works. It's just it's not the general comic book version that we were used to. The billionaire playboy. With that said, for the Batman that Matt Reeves has created, this Batman is newer. He's only been at it 2 years, I believe. He's darker. He's almost solely focused on vengeance. So I think if you made the argument that Robert Pattinson's Bruce Wayne, he doesn't give two shits about the billionaire playboy facade, because what does it matter? in the grand scheme, in his pursuit, in the grand scheme, in his pursuit for vengeance and crime fighting. Who gives a shit about Wayne Enterprises? He doesn't care about any of it. He's got a singular goal. So I think you could make the argument that this Bruce Wayne, he's so early on in his career as Batman. His life, he hasn't quite figured out the duality. I don't think he's figured out the benefits of the billionaire Bruce Wayne and the good and the good that Bruce Wayne could do. As yeah, no. So yeah, one thing I realized is that all the people that I used to go to see at TwitchCon either don't stream anymore, left the platform, or I lost touch with. It's one of those things where if I were to go to TwitchCon, I don't even know why I would go now. Unless a significant amount of people from this stream were like, man, I'm 100% going to TwitchCon. I hope you show up. But I actually don't know a lot of people in here who are going. I mean, Amsterdam has EU's best weed. Well, if only I smoked weed. No, I mean, I wouldn't mind going to Amsterdam just to see, right? Just as like a bucket list. just to see what it's like over there. Corey Corison might be going to the EU one, or I think he said he's going to try to go to the one in San Diego for sure. But Corey's like a super moderator, man. That dude is all over the platform. Amsterdam is beautiful. Lots of great museums, great architecture, delicious food. Lots to look forward to. I'm gonna be honest with you, friend. I'd be down to go to Amsterdam. Flight's hell expensive though, probably. How much is it a flight from where you are to New York City? Prices went up since the Ukraine war. Oh, because people are trying to flee? Is that why they went up? How's that going, by the way? I'm gonna be honest. I haven't pulled up any news feeds or anything like that. You know, I'm not saying I never watch the news. I'm not generally exposed to current affairs unless somebody like brings it outright to my attention, like, hey, check this out. No, sadly, there is a variety of economical factors that cause inflation over here. Never mind, flight started $400. Not that bad. Okay. I mean, yeah, steep, but like, not outrageously so. I'm good. Just sent a tweet for Mikey on Beautiful Taco Tuesday. Thank you. I'll make sure to like that tweet that you just sent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I'm actually looking up Elden Ring references currently. I'm trying to find one armor that I use that's pretty damn awesome when I'm playing the ring. Wait, so Nick, would you go to America for TwitchCon? We're also, you know, just out of curiosity, what Twitch streamers would you be most likely would you be most looking forward to see at TwitchCon? Either one of them. I'm trying to look for this Crucible Night. Don't see it anywhere. Oh, apparently, Rotten Tomatoes, they just started releasing some of the reviews for the third Fantastic Beasts film, and apparently it's also bad. It's bad. It's the opposite of good. It's bad. Mostly music streamers and you. Ooh. Well, I see that you watch Raquel Lilly. She's a talented musician. She's a nice person, very friendly, very nice to see in person. What's up, Praetor? Raquel is a great artist. She sure is. I stumbled my way into Twitch during the pandemic. I think a lot of people did. I stumbled my way into YouTube during the pandemic. I wish it was the 27th of April already. Why? What happens on the 27th of April? What's the name of this band? Oh, oops. Fuck, did I do it again? Shit, you weren't supposed to be fucking hearing my... Oh, god damn it, I fucked up. You weren't supposed to be hearing my music. You were supposed to be hearing just the, Here, just this. Just the fucking instrumental. The band that you weren't supposed to be hearing in the background. I'll give you the song link. It's this. Strike Boy, that sounds awesome. The thing with conventions I really hate is the sheer amount of people. My attention span barely can handle one person. Well, you don't have to pay attention to all those people. Matter of fact, you're supposed to ignore all those people. You know, that's the thing about conventions, right? I think the best way to deal with going to conventions, the best way for me is to pick out specifically who you want to see and what you want to see, and stick to that. So if I'm at a Comic-Con, for example, I find the specific artists who are there, whose work I want to see or purchase, or who I want to talk to, friends that I know that are going to be there, make plans to either meet up with them or visit their tables. and then pick out a handful of booths that I'd like to visit. If there's something I want to pick up, and alternatively, any, get in line to try to see any panels, right? I don't know if at conventions you enjoy a panel or two, but those can be fun. I've been to a few panels. I fell asleep during a panel once. Hello, Caspa. Caspa, did I ask you what you thought of the newest Batman movie? What's up, Doomed? What did you think when E3 got canceled? E3 got canceled? I didn't even know. When was this? That was not a thing I knew. But the reason why I didn't know is I haven't paid attention to I have not paid attention to anything that happens at I haven't paid attention to anything that happens at E3 in a very long time. I wonder what movie's worse, the Morbius movie or the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them movie. Because apparently the Morbius movie is horrible. Also, apparently Jared Leto went full method acting. The director came out in an interview saying that Jared Leto went so method when he was performing, even when he was off camera, that he would take super long to go to the bathroom. He would take super long to go to the bathroom because he was in fake crutches, or he was in real crutches, but he was using them as if he was his character. So he would like slowly hobble his way to the bathroom when he needed to pee. And apparently it was taking so damn long. They agreed to put him in a wheelchair to wheel him to the bathroom because he needed to stay in character throughout the filming. What a fucking dickhead. What a stupid, fucking self-absorbed, narcissistic dickhead. Jared Leto's a dumbass. He went so method he started sucking people's blood. What the fuck, good lord. Yeah, no, you can look it up. The director was being very polite. He's like, well, everybody has their process. You know, it's the job of the director to help the actors get to where they need to be in order to perform. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Fuck off, man. It's so wildly unnecessary. The fucking narcissism involved. I'm just gonna hold up the entire production while I pretend to hobble away in my crutches. So the director just coddled him nice. Well, what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? The dude is a Academy Award-winning actor. He's the one that the movie studios sought out after. He's the headliner. I never liked Jared Leto as the Joker. No, his Joker's fucking forgettable at best. Nah, man, dude, never forget the Will Smith slapping of Chris Rock. Not because I give a particular shit about either one of those men. Actually, the incident, it was inconsequential. The thing that you should take away and remember most about that assault is the absolute delusions of Hollywood. They're so far up their own fucking asses that only after witnessing someone being assaulted before their eyes will they then turn around and give that person an award and a standing ovation. Jump up out of their seats to applaud this person. This person who, you know, if this person was anyone else other than a Hollywood elitist, would be able to would have been most likely arrested, at the very least thrown out. Yeah, so just whenever we're talking about celebrities, make sure you keep that in mind. So even saying like the director coddled him, of course, this is the Hollywood. These are Hollywood fucking lunatics that we're talking about. They're crazy. They're crazy, and on top of that, they think that they know better than you. They think that they're better than you. And the reason why they think this is because look at how they're able to behave with just about zero consequences. Versus what happens if you behave that way. So yeah, of course when you're living in that bubble, when you're surrounded by people who just inflate your ego, who don't ever tell you no, who don't ever tell you the truth, when you're so rich and surrounded by like-minded lunatics, who's going to tell you otherwise? When Jared Leto's acting like a fucking buffoon, holding up the production, carrying on like a fucking maniac, walking around with his fake crutches, or having someone wheel him to the bathroom, nobody there has the balls to tell it like it is. To say, hey, dickhead, get the fuck up out of the fucking wheelchair. Be an actor. You're hired to fucking play pretend. Yeah, you were hired to play pretend for a living. Play pretend. Will Smith is a white power man. It's fucking disgusting. He abused his power. They really blew this out of proportion. I think they set it up. No way, dude. Dude, no way it wasn't set up at all. That's crazy talk, man. Nothing about it was staged, and all the fallout that's been happening from this. You know the phrase follow the money, right? That phrase generally holds true. That phrase generally holds true. Follow the money. When you're trying to figure out why someone's getting involved in something nefarious, or why people have been colluding, or why a certain conspiracy has been, and if there is money to be gained, absolutely, right? Of course. And if this incident had led to riches and accolades and whatever, I'd say great. But Will Smith, after a couple weeks of this, has been blackballed, lambasted. Will Smith has been actually finally, after, and again, by the way, this is only Hollywood only started doing this after they waited, because again, remember, in the moments, not to beat the dead horse that is this topic, but ignore what happened, but focus more again on Hollywood and how they behave. Those Hollywood fucking lunatics now are coming out against Will Smith, right? The executives are putting all of his projects on pause, right? His production studio was like going on hiatus or whatever. So, you know, yeah, Bad Boys 4 is not going to be happening anytime soon. Yada yada yada. There's a bunch of Hollywood companies that after like 2 weeks of just about silence are now finally like, oh, you know what? No, this doesn't fly. And the reason why is because they wanted to see what the fuck people were thinking. Because at the moment at the Oscars, because there was complete inaction, because he was awarded, because that night he was partying, because that entire auditorium, that entire theater got up out of their seats and applauded him like the fucking lunatics, out of touch psychopaths that they are. They didn't do shit. They didn't do shit to him because it wasn't until I think normal people like you and I, just regular fucking people, were like, what the fuck is this? You know, there's a massive backlash of regular people saying, how the fuck are you going to let this stand? This is insane. This is insanity. But again, it's only after people started critiquing them did they realize in the moment they are up off their feet applauding. So never fucking forget that. Never forget that. The reason why this came up is because we were talking about Jared Leto, and Jared Leto went full method acting on the set of Morbius, which is by all means apparently a terrible movie. But he went full method acting, and he did the same thing with the Joker. He sent people dead rats and like used condoms and stuff when he was doing the Suicide Squad. There's a bunch of stories of it online. Insane. The guy's, again, a lunatic. So I always point back. Remember Will Smith. Just have that, like, whenever you're reading a Hollywood story about him behaving like a crazy person, and again, having people put him in a wheelchair and wheelchairing him to the bathroom so he could pretend like he's sick because his character is sick in the movie. You're a professional actor, man. Your whole job is you're meant to pretend that you are who you're not. I don't know, man. It's bonkers to me, dude. Oh, but Doom Cypress, to go back to your point, the reason why I don't think it is staged is because of all the fallout, right? So when you do the tried and true, you know, even if you're a goddamn 9/11 truther, and you were like, hey, what about Building 7? Hashtag inside job, right? Even then, you could at least say, well, look at the money trail, right? Look at Halliburton, look at Cheney, look at all the military industrial, look at the military industrial complex, look at all the people who got rich and made billions off this war, right? Or off the wars that would follow that day. At least then you'd have some standing, because you'd be like, well, like, you might scratch your head and be like, I don't think it was an inside job, but fuck me, man, there was a lot of money that changed hands after all that. Right? By the way, I'm not saying I believe the conspiracy theory, but I'm saying at least that's got more ground. This is like, well, if Will Smith and Chris Rock, if Will Smith and Chris Rock did collude together behind the scenes, they're like, okay, we're gonna do this thing. Well, then who was behind it? It wasn't the Academy. And by the way, it's okay. Thank you. Wow. Ooh, is that nah? Thank you. That was just a lady bringing me some Indian food that was just ordered. But I would agree with you if one or two parties were coming out like bandits. I mean, Chris Rock ends up looking like, he looks like a gentleman to me. But again, a man slapped the shit out of him in front of millions of people. Which is wild. I don't know many people who would be game for that. It's like, I'm gonna take the stage, I'm just gonna slap you right in the fucking face. I'm just gonna slap you as hard, not as hard as I can, right? Because it would have staggered him. It was a weak slap, I'll give you that. But still. And Will Smith, man, I mean, you could definitely argue that this might cost him hundreds of millions of dollars. The fallout from this. If the fallout comes out, if it continues as it is, this dude might be completely blacklisted from the industry. I don't think that's going to be the case, but it's really not looking good for him. And then if the Academy were behind it as well, right? Like, oh, this is a publicity stunt. the Academy looks bad. People are like, why didn't you do anything? And then there's rumors coming out that like, oh, they asked Chris Rock if they wanted him to be detained or removed, and then they tried to, and then Will Smith people are saying that they never asked him to. So the Academy look like fools, look like absolute fools who are completely hypocritical in their actions. So again, no, the best person here, the only person who comes out not looking like complete garbo is Chris Rock, in that he was able to keep his composure, not fly off the handle, not attack him back, and actually finish the hosting gig, which is really impressive. Because I know if it were me, either I would have attacked him back, or I immediately would have started cursing at him and calling him a cuckold, and just going absolutely bonkers. So Chris Rock looks good. But still, man. But again, the man was embarrassed, I'd say. I mean, that clip is going to live on in infamy now for many, many, many years to come. That meme isn't going anywhere, and you'd be hard pressed to find a man, I think, a professional who would agree to do such a thing. What's up, Eric Canetti?
What's news?
I just started talking about how I finally read that article from the director of the Morbius movie, who described Jared Leto's method acting during the filming of Morbius, and how over the top.
Was he biting people?
If he had been biting people, at least that'd been more. I would have taken that better. No, because Michael Morbius pre-vampirism, or pre whatever his accident, is a chronologically disabled person who has got like he's lost some function of his legs, so he has to walk on those crutches, those crutches that go halfway up your arm, because he's not strong enough to stand on his own two legs. And he decided to, even though Morbius gets better, at a certain part in the movie, he decided that even though Morbius gets better, because the character that he's playing lived in that pain for so long, Jared Leto, must also do the same. So in the beginning, in between takes, if he had to use the bathroom, he would put his crutches on, Eric, and then hobble his way on over to the bathroom. And apparently it took so long, the director had to sit him down, and the compromise that they came up with was when Jared Leto had to go to the bathroom, because he couldn't break character, he would have like a PA or somebody put him in a wheelchair and wheelchair him to the bathroom in order to save time. Those are the kind of shenanigans that were going on behind the scene. The director admitted to it. And again, this ties into the rumors that during Suicide Squad, when he was the Joker, quote unquote, he sent a dead rat to somebody, and he sent like a used condom to somebody else. All kinds of wacky shit that this dickhead was doing during filming of these movies. And again, both movies are really shitty movies. His performances are forgettable at best. The movie that I liked him most recently in, oh god,
Searching. You're having to search.
Blade Runner, when he played the blind cyborg daddy, whatever you want to call him.
You think he walked around with masking tape over his eyes?
He fucking might have. He goddamn might have, dude. Jared Leto's a bad actor, period. I'm trying to remember Jared. Again, we liked him in Fight Club. I liked him in Blade Runner 2049. But I feel like Jared Leto was literally just playing himself in that movie. Man. Dude, Hollywood, man. As the years go on, man. I said this before. When I was a little kid, I idolized celebrity. I thought they were so cool. And then in my 20s, early 30s, I had grown apathetic to them. And at this point, I've actually grown a disdain for all of the ones that are, everyone in that auditorium that stood and applauded the actions of Will Smith.
They applauded Will Smith?
Oh yeah, you don't remember the night of the event?
Oh, when he won.
When he won. Standing ovation.
Yeah.
He's for sure feeling the
A lot of things
consequences for his
going on.
actions. Oh, go on.
No, I was just gonna say there's a lot of things going on over there.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a it's just the delusion runs so heavy and ubiquitous there. Because somebody in the chat, somebody was like, "Why didn't the director tell him to not?" And it's like, because the bubble, man, the bubble.
The what?
Why didn't the director tell Jared Leto to knock it the fuck off?
No, do that.
But it's like, you can't. He's an A-list Hollywood celebrity. He's an Academy Award-winning actor. He's their headliner. He's the guy they're putting on the posters. So they have to fucking coddle to him. They have to bend to his every whim. And yeah, because they all live in this bubble. They all live in the same delusions. So, whereas a normal person, if you are at a job, started behaving like a fucking lunatic, you get sat down by your coworkers and management, and they say, "What the fuck are you doing? Knock it off. You're a crazy person." Well, I mean, they probably do it a little bit more formal than that, but essentially, the sentiment holds. But in Hollywood, you behave like a lunatic, and people get off out their seats and cheer. And they say, "Oh my God, did you see? He went full method on that. You never broke character." It's like, I don't think that's a good thing. Like, this is delusional. Let's see. I hate getting receipts from Nintendo. Jared Leto's a bad actor. Entitlement. Self-entitlement. Chris Rock. A shameful night for Hollywood. Planes overhead. I'm sorry, could you say that again, Eric?
No, I was gonna say, do you think it's entitlement?
I think
if you come from an environment that nobody tells you that's wrong, I don't think you can claim it under entitlement. It's different if the the space that you're living in clearly has a line drawn in the sand. And in the case of Hollywood, I don't think anybody's telling these guys like, this is stupid, They just go, oh, so brilliant,
Right.
I mean, nobody hired Jared Leto not knowing that's the kind of shenanigans that he does. You know what I mean? It's not a surprise to anyone. The director didn't go in there going like, whoa, what the heck? I was expecting, guy shows up, says his lines, goes back to his trailer and falls asleep. He knew it going in. So he what do you call it? He courted that part to have him in the movie, right? That's part and parcel of who that guy is. So I don't understand why he was surprised when clearly there was a line, right?
Well, no. The director in the interview, he was very political in his response when this was brought up, and he basically hand waved it away, saying something along the lines of, "Listen, every actor has their process, yada yada yada, Hollywood bullshit, Hollywood bullshit."
There you go.
But again, that's just more of the delusions of Hollywood.
At this point, I'm glad that he didn't act like he was surprised, because clearly that's what that comes with Jared Leto. So there you go.
Will Smith is a fledgling serial slapper.
It just seems like there has been not a weird, but a definitely remarkable transformation in that guy in the past decade or so.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I remember that interview that he did with his wife, and
oh yeah,
that was pretty telltale of like exactly the kind of stuff that he was going through,
Yeah, no, man. I don't think he's been in a good place for quite some time. So maybe it was only a matter of time before he snapped.
Dude, come on.
Yeah, his wife really, listen, it's obviously a two-way street. But it didn't help how public their airing out of their issues has been.
And was it really necessary for it to be public?
Right, exactly.
Like, it didn't have to be that. They invited that unto themselves. So to that end, I have no sympathy.
No.
You could have talked this out behind the scenes. You didn't have to turn camera on. You didn't have to have like some weird fucking formal, sit down interview. Like, this is all irrelevant because it's not your fucking regular human beings. You're not moving the world.
But they think they are. Like, that's the.
They think they are. Yeah.
Well, Will Smith said
not
that
anybody important.
that God had chosen him to be this protector, is what he said in his Oscar speech, his acceptance speech.
Sure, of course he did, and of course he did.
Yeah, and then he likened his own actions to that of Venus and Serena Williams' father, which again,
in what sense?
Well, he, and I'm paraphrasing here, he brought up how, it's up to him to protect his loved ones, and then I think he likened his protection of his family to the protection of I forget the Williams' father, but the way Venus and Serena's father had protected them. Just unhinged, just crazy, and then topping that off with hey, love makes you do crazy things.
He said that?
Yeah, man. The acceptance speech was almost as unhinged as him storming the stage and slapping Chris Rock. The justifications for his actions were just wild. Jared Leto weaponizes his insane mannerism and calls them method acting to justify his place in Hollywood. It's
he can say that, but if nobody falls for the shit, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that people will still cater to him, right?
Yeah.
The point is not Jared Leto is acting like a crazy person, whatever, right? The point is somebody said, oh, you're okay. Continue to act like a crazy person. We'll continue to make you employable. So anytime somebody goes like, why do they give that kind of job? I'm like, I don't know, but they see, how does that guy get a job? And they're like, oh, well, the people who hire him seem to be okay. They seem to be okay with it.
Yeah, so it's the affirmation of the industry itself.
Sure.
Well, it's like, well,
it's what allows.
Yeah.
It's what allows, like, your Harvey Weinsteins. It's what allows for, all these bad actors that are have gotten away with it for years, yada yada yada. And it's like, yeah, you guys did it to yourselves. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Toxic Wolves? It's ridiculous. Well, it's because it's one of the rare instances where what happens in that industry could not happen in other industries.
Yeah, right. I can't imagine you and I going into. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of this. This is an awful comparison, okay? But I can't imagine you and I going into the Eisners.
Yeah.
Right, being nominated for something, and whoever it is that's giving out the card, we have issue with somebody who's giving, not even the person who won, like the person who's handing out the award,
right?
And I get up there, you get up there, and just like, assault that guy, right?
Just slap Todd McFarlane across the face.
Yeah, right. And then be handed the Best Artist of the Year award.
And then everybody gets up out of their seats.
Yes. Everybody's like, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah. Todd McFarlane still rubbing his face. Everybody just drowning him out with the applause.
Yeah. Jeez.
I feel like everyone will act on their strange inclinations if that environment allows them to. Right. No repercussions. And again,
of course,
you're surrounded by people that all they do is affirm your erratic behavior. It's something else. It is something else. What are we talking about? We're talking about how Jared Leto's a lunatic, but how that's the MO for just about more Hollywood types than I can count.
Strange when you don't hear from people, you know? When you don't hear from stars that would benefit, or not necessarily benefit, but are a little bit more under the public eye, right? That you don't hear more craziness coming out of them.
Yeah, well, look at Chris Hemsworth is a guy who deliberately moved far away. He moved back to Australia. And he never explicitly stated he fled Hollywood to get away from the craziness. But I think he said he wanted to be with his family. But I think if you read between the lines, it wasn't too far of a jump to assume that Hollywood is crazy and Hemsworth had had enough of the crazy and had to go back home where people are a little bit more normal.
If that wasn't a strategic move on his part, boy, he got away just in time.
Do you see Oreo came out with a gay cookie?
Oh, good for them. I don't care.
Let's see.
That's so stupid. It's so stupid, not because, it's a gay cookie, but because they're not doing it in earnest. They don't want anything else from it except for the write-ups in, oh gosh, what are these liberal write-up places? Post-millennial, right?
Oh, yeah.
MSNBC, just like wherever it is that they can get any sort of attention. That's what they're doing it for. They're not doing it because it matters to them. It really does not. It only matters to them as long as they're making money from it.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, I've got the tweet right here.
How do you make a gay Oreo?
Coming out doesn't just happen once. It's a journey that needs love and courage every step of the way. By the way, this is from Oreo Cookie's Twitter account. Share our new film. Film is 2.5 minutes. And let someone know you're their #lifelong ally. And I think I skimmed it, and it's about a gay Asian guy coming out to his grandma. Because
how does that have anything to do with a gay cookie?
Well, here, let's see. At the end, I saw it flash. Let's see if we can. Wow, it's almost like my computer doesn't want to watch this. Let me refresh this browser. Oh, right. It's right before he opens the doors where it ends. Oh, you know what? The cookie didn't change. The cookie isn't all that gay. But in the center, instead of Oreo, it says proud, Eric.
Oh, yeah.
So you know.
That'll do it.
Because God forbid the Oreo you eat, listen, hey, if you're going to eat cookies, the cookies must share your ideological values as well. Imagine being a ally.
Again, it's not even it's just so forced. It's just people who think that this makes a difference are activists. People who actually think this is going to move the needle in the favor of like equality and unity and sort of like acceptance are bonkers. Are not thinking
right.
with
Speaking
with
of delusional, yeah, no, like what the fuck do you think is happening from this, right? So, first off, as we all know, the vast majority of level-headed human beings don't give a shit if you're gay. Maybe they like it, maybe they don't. Relatively apathetic because, again, what you shit doesn't make them, what you eat doesn't make them shit, right?
Yeah.
So generally speaking, most people truly do not care what you do. Now, yes, there are some religious lunatics and some bigots out there who do, right? They've got...
But what percentage of those
Exactly.
people actually exist or in your
Right.
way, you know?
So, of that small group who is still bigoted towards homosexuals for whatever reason, imagine one of them getting a load of this cookie ad. So imagine you're a guy and, you know, you're calling gay folks British cigarettes. You know, you're going about your day, you're just being a piece of shit. But then you see an Oreo commercial on your television screen. And, you know, like, what do they think that guy watches that? And it's, oh, shit, you know what, man?
Who is this
Yeah.
thing for?
I was going to go
You know,
gay
like-
bashing, but now that I've seen this cookie ad, I realize people are people, you know?
Yeah.
What the
and
fuck do you think
it's
is...
so?
yeah.
Yeah, it's so senseless. It's so senseless. It makes zero sense, and it's not going to make a difference. And I'm not talking down the LGBT
No.
whatever else letters community. I'm not talking that. I'm not talking down to that. I'm talking to the companies who think that this is actually impactful.
Yeah, this does nothing.
Right.
We all know how homophobes love cookies. Right, exactly. What's the research on that?
Is just to say, hey, look, it's the message of it is like, we're just one of your allies. I'm like, okay, cool, right? Can you please do it in such a way that actually does help? There's a ton of charities. There's a ton of organizations. This is such an outward showing of nothing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's gross. And I know plenty of gay people who look at this kind of these types of commercials, these types of efforts, and they go like, what the hell is that? You know?
I'm looking at the responses, and the responses are... I mean, I'll show you guys. What the fuck does this have to do with Oreo? Somebody writes, dude, why? Just make cookies. Y'all make cookies.
And ultimately, it's their money. If they want to burn it on stupid virtue signaling, then that's up to them. But really, you guys got in a room, right? You hired an ad agency, or maybe you were dumb enough to actually do it yourselves. And in one of your pitches, you were like, "This is it," you know. This is how we're going to make a difference. This is how we're going to show, you know, the theme of the thing is like allyship or whatever, right?
Right.
Be a super ally, be a mega ally, be an ultra ally. This is it. This is us saying we're living up to that.
Will
Are
you
you
be
dumb?
No, go on.
No, I was just like, are you dumb? Do you have a mental deficiency? Do you guys have a collective mental deficiency?
I think they
You
do.
all exist in this same fucking echo chamber of like what cool is, you know, or what relevant is. Because I think this is it.
Yeah, no, the vast majority of people don't give a shit about any of this stuff. I like this one. Will you be advertising this in China or the Middle East?
Yep.
Right.
Because that's how it makes it clear that it's only for the people here, and specifically the virtue signal is really feckless, toothless, fangless, clawless, advertising campaign. Take the money that you spent on this advertising campaign, whatever ad buys that you had, whatever sort of like thing that you did to make that stupid 2-minute quote unquote film, and give it to an organization.
Yeah, huh.
Do it that way. That'll count more. Can you imagine a kid who's just like right about to come out and he's like super intimidated by it because he doesn't know how his parents, his peers, whoever like gonna react? And then he's like, do you think this is gonna be the thing that makes him go like, oh fuck, well if Oreo's down for it, then yes, it shall give me courage. You're so stupid.
Yeah, you know what? I wasn't going to come out to my folks until I saw this Oreo advertisement.
Yeah, now it gave me it bolstered my. Jeez Louise. And it's more of this. This is Hollywood through and through, right? Because nobody can scream, look how cool I am too, louder than Hollywood / mainstream media / disgustingly woke companies. You know?
Ridiculous.
Too much.
Nick says
It's something that it. Go ahead.
No, go no.
I was gonna say it's something in line to something similar to what Perch had said in one of his recent videos, in that if your efforts is to actually include diversity, because those people's experience allow for a richer working environment, allow for richer stories, right? Don't hire them just because you're having Pride Month. You know, actually hire them. And also write the line. There's I can't remember whose company line he was reading, that he was saying that one of the things that they have in regards to their D&I efforts was this person actually has to be skilled as well. So don't simply hire them because you're turning them into like these tokenized checkboxes, but they're actually really good and they just didn't have the opportunity to.
You know,
I'm on board for that.
Yeah, no, if you're only hiring a individual based on certain physical traits or intrinsic leanings rather than their skill, I mean, it does more harm than good.
It's gross. Yeah, you're setting them up to fail effectively.
And then also that can potentially taint perceptions further down the line.
Sure. Here's the thing. Regardless of how well somebody wrote, what do they call that? Marble Voices Asia. Marble Voices.
Right.
Whatever the heck that they put on those stupid things, right?
Yeah.
Regardless how well they wrote it, everybody who's critical of those kinds of moves won't give them a chance. And it's not because well, I can't say that they're not racist, but it's not exclusively because they're racist, right? But because they know what it is, and people can smell that stink from far, far away. They know what it is.
It's true.
Because people in there could be genuinely good.
Oh my God, this is racist.
This is just a diversity book,
Right.
You don't need that book. You literally can just hire any one of those people to work on X-Men or on Captain America or on, and the idea that Asian characters should only be written by Asian writers and drawn by Asian people, that's fucking racist.
Right?
That's a level of segregation that I thought the United States was over already, but okay, let's keep bringing it back. And the dummies can't see it. That's the frustrating part. I don't really care about the exercises, because the exercises are just like, oh God, look at these children brains trying to come up with something relevant, just like the Oreo cookie people, thinking that it really matters. What's frustrating is that they can't see the other side of that coin to be like, oh, am I being accidentally segregationist and by proxy a racist? I think I'm doing something good, No, you're not. You think you are, but you're really doing something very dumb.
I'm really making a change here. I made it so that black people only write black characters and Asian people only write Asian characters.
Exactly.
Racism fixed.
Hey guys, look at us. We're going to do this every year now. Regardless of how well it sells and regardless of the pushback that we get from people. My position is not similar to other people, where it's just like, oh, these just are like diversity hires and blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't care. That's not what I'm leveraging. What I'm saying is, you really believe in these writers? You really believe in these artists, that they have the capability to come and work for your premier company? Then hire them on something instead of just like the one-off. It's not, because that's gross. It's the worst virtue signal ever. What you're saying is, if it wasn't for this exercise of, with like, Marvel voices indigenous people, these artists and writers, these creatives wouldn't have a job. So we have to do it for them. You, that's awful.
Yeah, no.
Wait, am I to understand you guys have fixed racism?
No. We haven't fixed it. So some
Marvel
very
has.
important,
Marvel.
very left-leaning creators at Marvel and DC who have took it upon themselves to make it so that only Asian people write and draw Asian-based characters, and Black people do the same with theirs. They've
Have you
fixed
seen
it.
these, Matt? Have you seen these, Matt? They've
No, but it
released
sounds like
one
some
every-
serious segregation.
Oh my gosh, they've released one for the past however many months now, and it's everybody in as far as a minority group is considered to be, right? Protected class is supposed to be. So everything from LGBTQ, I don't know the other letters, right? And there's an indigenous one, and there's an Asian one, and there's
Here, I got it.
that's awful. And they exclusively only have Asian writers and Asian artists, or whatever. The only the people who are these kinds of people are allowed to be in this book.
Do they have a vanilla face group? Like, is there a Caucasian?
Why would they?
Marvel
Okay,
Voices, identity 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
Identity
I mean, it just sounds like segregation to me.
And then
Also,
yeah.
like, does that
anybody-
mean that?
That's what I was talking about, Matt, before you walked in, which is the frustrating part is that you and I and Mike can go like, I think that's segregation,
Yeah,
right?
this doesn't-
But they can't see it. The exercise doesn't really bother me. I think it's like stupid, just like the gay Oreo. Like, I don't care, The fact that you can say like, hey, this is blue, and they're like, no, it's not blue, it's grapes, and you're like,
Well,
oh my gosh.
I think if it were done without an agenda, like, it's not a bad thing to, let's say you're a female, you're indigenous, you're gay, and you have a comic book written specifically for your whatever group you're in. It might be good, but the problem with that is, does it then become impervious to criticism because any criticism
Yes.
equals racism towards it?
Oh, absolutely.
I think so. Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's where the real problem lies, is now because it's all Asians or it's all women or it's all the LGBTQ community, how dare anyone not in that community criticize it? Or
correct.
more or less, if you're not in a person of color community or one of those communities in general, you can't criticize any of this, even if you've
Correct.
been a lifelong comic book fan and just don't like it.
And here's what I was talking about. I think right around when you walked in, which is, why do you have these kinds of initiatives clearly for the virtue signal? If they are good, put them on your books. Put them
Yeah,
on
I
your
mean, I would like to look at it in the purest form of what it's meant to be, which idealistically it's meant to be hey, us as a comic book company or entertainment company feels that we don't do enough to reach out to set, specific voices, therefore we have an entire line just for you. I do understand where you're coming from, and it really all does depend on
The intent.
I think if the intent is, hey, we just want to give voices to those we feel we haven't given great enough voices to, that's one thing. If it's an agenda-driven release, that's another.
I guess it's
I
hard.
can't say what the agenda. I can't say what the agenda is because I'm not on the in the meeting room, right? So who knows if it is that? What I'm thinking about is just like, I think what you're saying is correct. It's trying to come from a good place, but it comes off incredibly tone deaf to the overall thing that they're trying to do in the first place, which is, hey, give these people opportunity. It's tone deaf because they give them the one issue and they forget about them until next year.
I also kind of like, I'm not an artist, so I'm not within I'm not within that community, so I don't know the ins and outs, but isn't the artist community in general kind of the community of almost outsiders and like everybody else? Like, you have corporate, structure, you have 9 to 5, you've got overnight shifts, and then artists have always kind of been their own identity almost. I don't know necessarily why you'd have to subjugate it to this level, but that, I mean, who knows? Maybe Marvel's getting tons of emails and tweets, and how come there isn't an indigenous comic series? And I mean, they are a business, whether, once again, I'd have to read it, and I'd have to, it also depends. Are there like tweets from the writers of this basically talking shit? Like, that's kind of all adds into the equation.
Sure. Yeah, and I think you're right. It has a lot to do with, well, not a lot, but in part, it has to do with Marvel's inability to understand that Twitter, in as much as people are like raging on there, don't often buy their books. So the audience that they're trying to get won't spend $5 on their books. They have had no significant uptake since they've been. Yeah, exactly. They've had no significant uptake in their sales since they started moving in this direction. So it's clear that it's like, oh, okay, so this effort, maybe it's because when you have an undiscovered audience and you think there's an opportunity there, to your point, yeah, you're a business, you're gonna go try. But it's been 4 years now, 3 years now. And so now the win comes from, because we did it, not because you're trying to keep the lights on.
I mean, well, you do get, as a company, I think it's only fair to allow themselves to, let's say these weren't financially viable things they put out. I think they should be allowed to martyr themselves in the fact of like, hey man, we put these out. We wanted to reach out to these other, the groups you guys said we've kind of been ignoring. And I mean, as a business, you then have the right to be like, we're going to be discontinuing these features because frankly, you guys didn't buy them. But they won't do that because how dare the consumers.
That's right. The book didn't sell. Marvel is banning all Asian people from making comics. Could you imagine they did? Could you imagine it's like, hey, we're giving you guys one shot. All of you. Get in your pen.
You remember...
You get one issue. Hey, indigenous people, we're giving you one shot. If it doesn't sell well, hell, you're gone from anything. We're not going to have another one of you guys ever.
Get back on the reservation.
That director... remember that director of distribution for Marvel? This was around the time that they did, like... whatever, like the all new, all different Marvel, right? Where they made
we really are
the Iron Man and blah 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 blah, right? And he actually, after a while, they started getting all the numbers back from those initiatives, and they said, you know what, these aren't really moving us. He said it in a public environment. I think it was a retailers convention or a retailer summit. And he said, "Is like actually we're not seeing the kind of numbers that we were looking forward to."
That's right.
And so maybe this might not be the best step forward.
I remember that.
People lynched him. People
went crazy.
Has there been like negative reviews that have been shot down by the Twitter mobs, or has this kind of gone under the radar for the most part?
How do you mean?
Well, like one of my concerns, if any, would be the idea that like they're impervious to critique because they're centered around a special group. Has that gone on, or is it kind of just?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with
them. Hey, this art is awful, as they did with the indigenous one that had like it looked just like an awful drawing of Captain Marvel.
Is that wait? Is the indigenous issue where Captain Marvel looks like Joe Biden?
What?
No,
hang on.
No, that's somebody else. That's actually being drawn by a really a really good artist. We're talking about something else.
Bernard Chang.
Yeah.
Says you're also talking about. Bernard Chang says, I think it's disappointing you would have this point of view, Eric. You're also talking about a single special issue, not an entire line of comics. No one has said that these comics are spared from critical reviews based on quality, but you're starting your criticism purely on race. That is completely false, Eric, says Bernard Chang.
No, I am not. I am not starting my criticism purely on race. I'm starting my criticism on like, why do they have to make a race-based comic book? I'm not saying that as a race they're poor. Not at all.
Well,
I'm saying as a company, if you believe them, go hire them for your regular books. Why come up with a brand new thing? And it goes back to what Matt was talking about, which is like, they can see an opportunity there, but they are not seeing how tone deaf it can be.
So I think what you're saying, and I maybe even I misunderstood it at first. What you're saying is it's almost like, rather than, if they really do appreciate these artists and writers, rather than using them for their mainstays, they're segregating them to their quote-unquote Marvel voices and using them as more of a, hey, look, we have these, instead of a, hey, here's some talented
artists. Tokenism.
Correct.
Right, is what
okay,
I think
that's how I see
the point. This looks to be shallow, empty breadcrumbs. And
grandstanding type thing.
And grandstanding, right? This is a way for Marvel to show you how generous and,
Got you. So kind of like, hey, look, we have these voices too.
Right. Look at all the voices.
Instead of, hey, these. So it's not a highlight of, let's say, the creators. It's more of a highlight of, Marvel grandstanding and saying, "Hey, we're cool, we're woke."
That's
is what the argument is. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I not being a huge comic book fan, nor am I an artist, so I can't really judge the work of any kind. I haven't read them. But you know, as a fan of this kind of relative entertainment, I guess the thing is how many people enjoyed it, how many people found it pandering, and that's really a business decision for them too. I don't know what's in it. I always kind of am a little hesitant to that. Like the new Candyman movie, while I really did enjoy it, it is, you know, it's basically an anti-white movie. So I'm always, I feel like people should be conscious of that, but I also kind of feel like, I don't know, maybe there's some indigenous kid out there that is now got some, so even if it is grandstanding, if it does help some kid to bust out of whatever little world they're in to do better, it's a positive. And like I said, you could make the argument if Marvel puts this out and it does poorly, they're going to have one of two reactions. It's either going to be like, hey, we gave you your shot, you're fucked now, or it's going to be, well, look at us, you know, it's okay. We didn't make money on it, but that's not the point. The point is to, you know, and they can go that route too. So they do have avenues either way to win on this one.
Yeah, my attitude is exactly what you just said right now, Matt, but also to say invest in these creators in not tokenized exercises.
Yeah, I'd like to see the names that are in part of these voices to be part of you know, their main stuff they're putting out, because this isn't mainstream. I think is also part of the problem. This is almost like a, hey, we've got all the great Marvel stuff. Oh yeah, by the way, there's also Marvel voices. But I was reading the description. Apparently, it was done with over 2 years or so, and they included all sorts of input, including fan input, and they traveled the globe. To what true circumstances that is, and I'm pretty sure it was Marvel writers and artists within the company just around the globe. I think it was like a collective of the international communities from within the company.
Yeah.
Eric's root argument is meritocracy. Sorry, read that wrong. Single issue specials are a collection of short stories, 8 to 12. Well, I guess maybe I wasn't here when Bernard Chang gave his opinion on it. What's your opinion on it, Bernard?
I think, what do you call it? I think, you know, my root argument about meritocracy isn't applicable in this sense. My root argument isn't like whether or not they're good enough to do it. My root argument is, as a publisher and as a company, if you genuinely believe in these creators, give them the opportunity.
Yeah, recognize the talent in the AAA, not the minor league.
Right. Don't just say like, oh, we're going to give you these special avenues and by which we can highlight you, which in concept is you know, feels altruistic, is textured to be altruistic, but in reality comes off as tokenism. And also what Bernard said, which is like, I'm all about meritocracy.
I don't know what the receptions of these were, to be honest with you.
I would hope that they are positive, right?
I mean, you would hope if they are negative, it's for the proper reasons, not just because, you know, I don't want to read an indigenous story. Like, if you don't like it, you know, hopefully it's for a real reason.
I don't want to read about these Native Americans.
How am I
how dare
contradicting myself? How am I contradicting myself?
Oh, I didn't. What? Eric, you know your contributions on each question. Well, once again, Mr. Chang, Bernard, I don't know how to reference you. I'll just say Bernard. What's your take on it? Did you enjoy them? Did you read them? Has anybody in the chat read them? Like, is anybody familiar with the actual content? I mean, let's see. So, now are these just characters from within the Marvel universe that are already in these cultures and just not used, or are these new characters?
They were characters in that universe that were not well, some of them were significant, right? Because Echo eventually became the Phoenix, and
right, Shang-Chi is probably more significant now than he's ever been
since the movies.
This is the movie.
Oh, so I watched Shang-Chi and I watched G.I. Joe Snake Eyes, and I feel like the fight scenes were better in Snake Eyes.
Interesting. I didn't see Snake Eyes.
And I'm a martial arts movie fan,
to
like
be
a big
working
one.
Professionally, and if they do, they should be given more meaningful work than a short 8-page story. What's contradictory about that? What's the what do you mean? The deserving of it? I don't.
Well, it seems like Bernard's kind of saying somewhat of the same thing of yours. He's saying whether these artists or writers deserve to be work. Oh wait, no, he's saying whether they deserve it.
He's paraphrasing me.
Oh, okay. Well, no, see, I think
He's saying my statements contradict each other because I say one thing and saying another thing. Is it?
I mean, like I said, if I understand your point correctly, the idea being, why do they, I suppose that why do we segregate them to their own one-off 8 to 12 page individual
That's my
issue?
point.
If they're talented, why not give them, as Bernard even put it, he is correct, and I think in quoting that, the more meaningful work, which would be main stories, main issues,
Sure.
bigger exposure, as opposed to just throwing them in a one-off that doesn't seemingly made a whole lot of money and didn't get a ton of attention.
Right. The deserve part is off the table because it's clear that they deserve it because Marvel reached out to him and said, "Hey, would you like to do this?" That is the thing that's the qualifier, right? They say, "Hey, we like your work. We believe that you can write for us." Cool. I'm on board. You like their work, you can write, you can draw for Marvel. That's awesome. Why is it that it's exclusive only to these books that clearly is meant to signal boost something? Or else they wouldn't put it right on the cover.
Now, Bernard, when you say you don't, in all caps, you don't think they deserve work, you are assuming Eric's opinion. In no way did, since I've joined at least, did he say that. So where do you get that from?
No way. I didn't say that at all. It's 0% that I say they don't deserve work.
If anything, he's arguing they deserve more than what they're getting.
Yeah, they deserve more, and the argument is they deserve more than to be relegated to
Correct.
a one-off issue that no one will ever hear from them.
Correct. They clearly made it through the gate. Somebody over there said, "Hey, we've read your book. We've read your whatever. When it comes to writing, we saw your art. This is clearly the stuff that we want to print. Totally cool." That's the metric.
That is kind of the other thing, right? Like, I am reading the literature and straight from Marvel as to what these were supposed to be. And I have noticed that the artists and writers themselves are really not the forefront of the story. It is more or less about them saying this is a collective of these groups. So it is a little concerning from that end of like you do get their names in the bottom left corner, but the articles I'm reading don't really talk about the actual writers and everything. Not a whole lot. It's more or less about what the issue's about and that sort of thing. So I would maybe, in their own descriptions, like to see more about the writers and artists and where else, that's it. And that's an easy fix. Marvel could just say, hey, on their website, like, if you love these writers are now working on these issues. That is, unless they're not working on anything else, they only use them for that. Hi, KG.
Hey, KG.
Excuse myself. I've actually got to do something offline.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
not an artist, so I can only really look at things from the entertainment side, or the kind of as close to center as I can, especially with these sorts of things, because you guys can critique art and things like that. I really can't. I'm a Joe Schmo.
Right. I think you know what, man? It's a real tricky subject because you wonder, right? Is the company like Marvel? It's the intent. The intent is what trips me up. Because my default conclusion to a Marvel Voices reads the same way the gay Oreo cookie, which was debuted today, reads.
Was it really?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I think that kind of precipitated this conversation. Where did Eric go? He said he's got to take off. You could hop in voice chat. Bernard, you're always more than welcome to hop in voice chat.
Wait, is it? Does the cream taste different, or is it all just the same tasting cream? Because I'm all in if it's different flavors.
Well, the cream tastes like you're at the Gay Pride Parade.
Oh, that's the best. That's the kind of cream you only get once a year.
Now, might lower your T-cell count.
Cookie. Like, these cookies scream diabetes. Like, I'm seeing one that's just got the entire rainbow color, and it's just like a giant one. How many cookies are you going to waste to make that, though? I don't know. If it tastes the same, I'll eat it. I don't give a fuck. poop out different colors, whatever. Let's see. So you're saying that the gay pride flag rainbow is nothing more than grandstanding? Which, I mean, it's hard to argue it's not simply a marketing ploy. I'm over here like a fat kid, all like disappointed it's not different flavor creams and shit.
Eric said, I have to go record a podcast, Bernie. Be back late. Riff if you're still around. I'm actually really kind of sad they didn't do different colored frosting. This isn't the first time, I don't think, they've done this. Hang on, let me see.
It says June 25th is when it's supposed to release for Pride Month.
Well, back in 2012, they made a gay pride cookie, a rainbow cookie. No, but this time,
yeah, but back in 2012, all politicians were still anti-gay. That's so long ago.
Let's see. No, this is a new one. This is the new hotness, friend. I'll show you.
Fair enough.
Here, let me pull it up on screen.
Hell yeah.
It's about a sexy young Asian twink coming out gay to his grandmother, but they leave it as a cliffhanger. He opens the door right as his Mima is about to open it, and he's gonna come out to her. And I guess he's really gonna come out because he was prepping this whole episode, this whole 2-minute long thing. But at the very end, coming out doesn't happen just once.
Oh boy.
And then it gives you ooh, the proud cookie, because listen, if you're a gay person, you must eat gay people cookies. Matthew, either you buy these Oreo cookies or you're a homophobe.
Well, see, I just gotta, as an ignorant, non-gay person, if I eat one, is it gonna turn me gay?
Yes.
Sweet. It's like a superpower.
Just
I will
a little
say,
bit, though.
like, I do know, like, my sister-in-law is a part of that community.
She's gay.
And she's lesbian, and she's, her personality, she has openly said she, like, doesn't watch movies if it doesn't have gay actors. So there is a market for this sort of thing for some people.
There are crazy people out there.
I don't judge my cookies by whether or not they're accepting.
Yeah.
And I mean the cookie itself, not the company. Like, I never look at a Chips Ahoy and think, you know what, are they cool with gay policies?
Yeah, you know what, man? I wish Twix liked to go to whorehouses, but I'm never going to get that cookie.
You give me a Snickers that loves cocaine and I'm on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll sell more. I don't know. Maybe it's been proven. But, I mean, these companies are known for doing marketing stuff like this all the time.
Dumb shit, dude. It just, but to every normal, I was looking at the tweets, and I was expecting from the tweets there to be like this giant, like, swell of support from the Twitter lunatics, but there really wasn't. At the Oreo tweet, people were like, yo, you make cookies, dude. Like, it was, most people, it seemed like, were very skeptical of their motives behind this, right? Because it all seems very, somebody brought up the question, like, are you going to be advertising this in throughout China and various Muslim nations as well, or is this just an American thing?
I'd argue this is probably American, maybe European.
Right. So it comes down to, what do you truly think the company's motives are? And I think that is where that's where the conversation started, and that's how we ended up on Marvel Voices. And I think it boiled down to, what's the intent? And I think the pessimist in me,
more cookies, and apparently
you
feel this is the way.
Right. So yeah, Oreo wants to sell more cookies, so they thought, well, let's see if we can't milk some of this pride. Let's see if we can't milk some of the activism.
I mean, just so Oreo knows, I've had your back since the double stuffed, bro. I'm in.
Yeah. What's up, Bernard Chang? Hello, buddy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud.
It's
and
working.
clear.
Okay.
Loud and proud.
Nice. Where's Eric?
He said he's got to record a podcast and he'll be back later.
Okay.
One thing I don't fully understand is the backlash against the cookie. Like, you do have the right wing groups being like, I'm gonna boycott all these groups because they made a rainbow
see, that's
cookie,
equally
like,
stupid.
Like they want to boycott everything Kraft makes because there's a rainbow Oreo. It's like, what?
That's ridiculous. That's
What
so
sense does that make? Don't you understand? It all gets digested.
Well, did you guys want to continue that conversation, or you want to move past it?
I'd be curious to hear your point of view. I don't have a counterpoint. I'd be curious to hear what Eric would say. But no, yeah, Bernard, let her rip, man.
Well, to provide context, I have worked on one or two of those type of books that you mentioned. So I've worked on a Marvel Voices.
Was it Asian voices?
It was the Marvel Voices. I don't think there was a specific. It was really to debut. I think it was African American, more centric.
Bernie, I
Marvel
didn't know you were
Voices.
African American.
Well, yeah, right. So, and the story had to do with who's the sister of the Black Panther?
Oh, Shuri?
Oh, isn't she rumored
Yeah.
to be the next Black Panther in the movie too?
I believe so.
Oh,
Yeah.
but this came out like 2-3 years ago. So I think it was the first one that they had done. And so Shuri is in a race, like a kind of a cannonball run race with another Marvel mutant. And at the end of the race, these kids show up to get their autographs.
Okay.
And the kids end up being the Children of the Atom, which was the new series that I debuted back last year or the year before with Marvel.
Oh, I see.
It was an X-Men series, right? So it was technically like a sneak kind of thing where kind of an Easter egg for readers that the first appearance of these characters would be in this kind of special book.
Right.
So kind of like Blade in the Internals movie, or at least his voice.
I guess.
Like you
I'm
just
not
call
familiar with that,
you call them.
but
the
they do that a
interns.
lot in comics where they see
Yeah.
like first appearances and in
In
other
other
books just to
books.
make them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Punisher was
for
his
readers
first
that are
appearance
really
with
into
Spider-Man.
those. Sorry, what was that?
Punisher's first appearance was in Spider-Man.
Yeah, so things like that, right?
Yeah.
And the writer of the series was Vida Ayala, who was also the writer of the X-Men Children of the Atom book that I worked on.
I see.
And then the protagonist that was, well, the other X-Men mutant character, they had asked me which character I wanted to draw, and I said, I've always liked Forge. I thought that was a cool character, and didn't really see a lot of Forge, or I haven't seen a lot of Forge. My favorite Forge was when he and
yeah, go on,
Hey,
Forge.
hey.
when he and Storm had that life death or love death arc in X-Men way
actually,
back when.
I don't remember that one.
Those were issues drawn by Barry Windsor Smith.
Ooh, I bet they were beautiful. Kabong,
So-
thank you so much for the 32-month streak of subscriptions. Thank you.
Wow, good to see. Kabong, yeah.
Uh,
The other project I worked on for Disclaimer was the DC Festival of Heroes last year, which was a DC kind of Asian American initiative. And in that kind of anthology book, these are all short stories of about 8 to 12 page stories. There was my story was the Monkey Prince, which made his debut, and now the Monkey Prince is its own 12 issue limited series at DC Comics.
fuck yeah, it is.
So, the first issue debuted in February, and it was the 4th highest selling DC comic book that month.
And this is the
So for
right, Monkey Prince was the 4th, or this comic that you
Monkey
anthology?
Prince, Monkey
Yeah,
Prince
fuck
was
yeah.
the 4th. Yeah. So whatever it's worth, that's just the disclaimer. So, to me, I guess that would qualify me as having skin in the game. My understanding of what Eric's position is that these books are pandering and they shouldn't exist, and that the artists or writers in here, that if DC or Marvel had believed in them, they would be giving them regular books as opposed to putting them in this kind of like collected anthology of short stories. Like, to be a very blunt kind of understanding of what he said, or what his position is.
Yeah, I think, if I may guess, his position, I think, what you said, that if Marvel truly believed in these artists, they'd give them a crack rather than just a taste, and it wouldn't be in, tokenism the book, it would be in
Right.
something else.
Yes. So, in essence, it's meritocracy, right? And it's race. And he's saying that these people, if they were good enough, they would be given regular books to be working on. But, instead, these companies are giving them like some breadcrumbs. And which I think is a very similar argument, that there are narratives in both that kind of intercross.
I think you are taking it a little differently than he's meaning it. You're taking it as he's saying they're undeserving. That's why they only get it. And I think his point is more of they're great, give them something better. I don't think
Right.
he's calling the artists and writers out for not being deserving of better work. I think his whole point is he looks at it as, why do you have to relegate them to this single issue anthology series as opposed to putting them in the mainstream?
Yeah.
So
Well,
his position, from my understanding, is more on their side of like, these guys are great, then put them in the full run stuff.
Right.
I don't think
'Cause
he
I-
fully knew that some of the writers went on to. I don't think he fully knew that the anthology series themselves were somewhat of a prologue or prelude to bigger issues and actual full-on, as
Well-
in the Monkey Prince stories.
it's also been a right-wing narrative in the comic sphere, that this argument about these one-off single-issue specials or pandering, or whatever word term, right? And also, he did specifically say that, I think, if I understand correctly, that the assumption is that these books are off limits to criticism.
I mean,
Well,
that's,
that was a question I posed, is because you do see that in the culture, in all entertainment culture lately, if it is
if it's
of a
made,
protected group, more
Yes.
often than not, any sort of criticism
Right.
can be shot down by the argument of, well, you're just
And-
being this sort of, homophobic, racist, xenophobic, whatever, you name it.
exactly.
And I think his implication also, by pointing out some of the stuff that was like, in the, I believe it was the indigenous people issue, where there were some drawings, artwork that were not very good, right?
But-
And
Yeah, no, I think did he? I'll be
like,
honest.
those drawings received immense criticism.
I did not read
Um,
that book. Was it not up to snuff? Was it not up to the normal Marvel caliber of art?
Yeah, I don't think it was. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I don't think it was a very well drawn. There are things about it that were okay, but then there were also drawings that were pretty, depending on the level. I mean, look, I'm not an editor, but it does give you kind of like,
no.
perhaps
Now,
questioning.
because of that, because of something like that, do you think it was about giving that artist a shot, or do you think it was more about tokenism?
So I think a lot of this also is the discussion about the overall comics in general, right? I mean, some of this it's a borderline affirmative action kind of discussion.
Oh, I
Whether
see
you
what you're
believe
saying.
in affirmative action or you
Right,
don't
right.
believe in affirmative action.
I don't think that's
Um,
what was being talked about today, though. Are you just talking about in the actual comic sphere itself?
But I'm talking about, I think, this discussion about whether these books should exist or not, whether these writers or artists or characters should be given their own regular books or regular series books, or working on other books as opposed to just putting them together into this one special. That's really also fundamentally based in affirmative action.
Well, you're on the inside
right?
of it, so let me ask you: how many of the writers and or artists within these issues do you know of that they've given other opportunities to besides this one, as far
Well,
as real
there's been a
opportunities?
mix. There's been a mix. So a mix of a lot of younger artists, younger writers, and then also a mix of other older writers, older artists, or established, I should say, more
Right.
well-established writers,
Established.
right?
Okay.
So like,
And the characters themselves is a mix of like kind of maybe more Asian characters that you would see regularly, but also other characters that are secondary characters in other books that typically don't necessarily get a spotlight.
or get their own book.
Or get their own book. So, like in the first DC book, there was a short story with Grace Choi. Now, most people be like, "Who's Grace Choi?" Well, Grace Choi is an Amazon. She's part of the Wonder Woman universe. She's actually an Amazonian, um, and she's technically of Korean descent. So, there is no Grace Choi comic book. If you know who Wonder Woman is, Diana Prince, okay, that's great. But how many other people would know that there's an actual Korean or Asian Amazon, right? So
Yeah, I
there's
had no
one
idea.
story about that.
What happens with these characters after these issues if they don't use them though? Like, do they just become kind of put back in the box, or?
They're put back in the box, and whether the writer of the main series decides to use them or not, that's kind of their initiative in terms of how whatever storyline that they want to that they're working on for their run, right? So writers typically write in arcs, meaning they'll write 5 to 6 issues at a time, which is half a year's worth of work for an artist. Each monthly book, right? So six issues, that's 6 months. That's half a year. A lot of times they plan an entire year or so out, so that the editors and publishers know where the characters and books are going to be a year out from now. I have a general idea. The books aren't exactly written, but they're plotted and projected in a particular direction with a particular set of characters and themes that are going to be occurring. So I think these books is kind of a mixture of a lot of different things going on. Whether it's something that you enjoy reading or I enjoy reading, as a publisher, you're trying to publish, you're trying to create product that might reach different audiences, right? And you said that already. That as a company, you're going to look to produce content that might not, that might target newer readers so that you can begin to expand readership. So on that end, not every single book that's being published by Marvel or DC is meant for every single comic book reader to read every single book that each publisher puts out. There are going to be books that just aren't made for you, or that were just not written or drawn for you.
Sure, of course, as there should be. I'm 1000%. We talk about this all the time, specifically with Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a notoriously very, very, very difficult game, and in that difficulty range, there's no easy mode. There are certain people that literally just can't play it, and my answer to them is this wasn't made for you.
Yeah. So here's another spin-off, right? Part of the right-wing narrative is that Marvel and DC, with this woke, quote-unquote woke ideology, is producing these books just to pander, right? They're just doing it just to do it, and nothing's ever going to come out of it. Well, some have come out of it, in naming, in essence, the Monkey Prince being one, because that's what I know because I'm working on it. It's also been a platform for younger writers and younger artists to kind of get their chops in, and that some of those writers and artists have now moved on to more recurring series to continue their careers. So I think it serves many other different kind of has many different purposes.
So your argument would be that it's not tokenism. This is kind of this is them tapping new artists alongside more established artists. This is their first crack at the big leagues. It's
For some, it's their first crack, or one of their first.
right.
And also, I guess the discussion earlier too was about why are they only hiring Asian writers or Asian artists to work on Asian character books? And that the argument is, if they're good enough, they should be working on any kind of book.
Sure. Yes.
Right. I agree with that, of course.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about that is the problem is when you get into that sort of thought process of, because whether it's out of a positive mind or a negative mind, when you say, hey, you are of Asian descent, you're going to work on Asian stories, no matter what, you are relegating that person due to their ethnic background to a specific set of stories.
Even if it's from a good place, right?
Yeah, I think that's partially where Eric's coming from, as well as where this idea of like, why do we have to relegate them to that? Like, yes, they're Asian, but Marvel should acknowledge that above, that doesn't need to matter or anything if they're good artists, good storytellers, things like that. And I think that was a big part of his argument, at least, from what I came into.
But what does that argument have to do with Marvel Voices or DC Festival of Heroes?
Well, they brought up Marvel Voices specifically, and that was basically due to the fact that it had the Marvel Voices in general, which is as Eric, I assume, looked at it, was, well, you're using these ethnic artists to pander to a specific cultural, I don't even know, cultural kind of way people look at things, and then you're not using them for anything else. I think he's looking at them
they are.
They're kind of
But right. But the thing is that they're not using them for anything else. But the real answer is that they are. Now, not every single artist or every single writer from those books are being used on other books. But the reality of the fact is that they are.
Now, I will say, because you did bring up pandering, and while I don't, with this situation, I don't know if I necessarily see it that way. I don't know enough of the source material, but Marvel, and whether you're talking about their movie business or the comics, has been known to pander. So it does sound like, from Eric's point of view, he's already got kind of that negative Marvel bias, or negative bias against Marvel in that regard in general to start with. I think it's probably where his position begins, I guess I should say.
I mean, my position with most corporations is...
Yeah, they all do it.
Yeah.
And they pander to either side, too. I mean, you've got left-wing woke pandering, you've got right-wing My Pillow guy pandering. It's how they make... I mean, whether you're happy about the rainbow-striped Oreo cream or not, it is pandering to a specific group. I don't think, especially with diabetes and the obesity epidemic hitting these countries, really anybody needs to have Oreos sold to them more. I am yet to see any of the petting zoo people make it on other books after being introduced on one of those books, Bale says. I am not familiar with the petting zoo.
He's saying that Bale's point, if I'm interpreting his messages correctly, is that he's on Team Pander. That this isn't this is just Marvel trying to get brownie points and treating minorities and other protected groups as pets in a petting zoo.
Now, I will say them using, let's say, if every one of these characters introduced into the Voices novel got their own, like if this was a prelude to all of the characters being introduced, I mean, I think it's pretty cool that it is a prelude to, like, as you said, in the DC, the Monkey Prince getting his own stories. I think that's awesome, but I think my take would be I'd like to see that be the most common denominator within these issues rather than, well, no, this person was able to do this. I'd like to see, and not knowing the source material, it could be terrible, could be great, but if you got that much confidence, like let them continue the stories they've developed.
Look, in an ideal world with a limitless bank account, that sounds idealistic. Right.
So then you do have to agree that they are essentially using some of these artists and writers for their cultural background to potentially never use them again.
I wouldn't say that they're saying that that's the intent. that they're only going to use it once.
Well, I mean, we're talking
when you
business though. So if they're looking
right
at it raw
when you're
dollars
going
and
in
cents,
right, but understanding like how these books are created, right? Understanding how a comic book is created or a comic book story is crafted. I highly doubt that the intent is just to let's just there's always an opportunity that okay, there's this writer, he's got some other projects that are going on that are pretty good. What can you do with this character, right? Michael, do you have a character in the Marvel DC universe that really hasn't been used that often, that you really like to, and that you might have a good twist or
Polka Dot Man. I don't
right?
have a good twist.
Okay, let's just say Polka Dot Man.
Sure.
You have something or Oreo Man. You have something about Oreo Man, right? And you have a take on that,
Yeah,
right?
he's gay
I'm
now.
gonna give you 8 or 10 pages to kind of like give your take on it and see how that goes. Right.
So I mean, I guess the reality of it though is, I mean, when you look at it from the business sense, the reality is we're going to give you 8 to 12 pages. That's your shot. If for whatever reason it doesn't work out, there's no continued guarantee of work with Marvel. And I think that is part of Eric's issue, is the idea being like, you are now, and is it, and that's the other thing, is it meant to be a trial run and see if like that's how they do with TV, like they film the pilot and then we see how it goes from there? Or, and I guess that's the real question, is like, what is the true intention of Marvel? Is it all good, or is it so they can try to make more money as a business? I guarantee you partially is so they can make more money.
I mean, of course it's a business, right?
Yeah. Right.
They're there to make money.
Yeah.
And that's
Marvel
my
also
point.
being one of the stingiest
and that's my whole point. If you look at somebody who wrote one of these stories or was an artist and they were brought in specifically because their ethnic background with no guarantee of ever working with Marvel again, then there is somewhat validity to the claim of, well, you brought these people in for their ethnicity with no guarantee, you didn't bring them in for their work because you didn't continue to work with them.
Well, I mean,
which I don't know if I necessarily think is true, but there's validity to that argument.
Well, I think there's further validity to the argument when you bring in the indigenous artists that apparently, according to both Bernard and Eric, I didn't see the artwork, was criticized heavily for the lack of professionalism in their craft, which would lead you to believe that perhaps it may have been a mistake or unwise to have them at a book so early, even though a nice opportunity, a very perhaps kind opportunity, but it does hold sway that perhaps it may have been tokenism.
You were brought in specifically because your ethnicity, and not necessarily because we liked your work, potentially.
That word tokenism, or even this labeling of particular things.
Did we lose him?
Oh, there you go.
I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm always paranoid. Shit's cutting out.
Yeah. I think, look, I started when I was 20 years old. Was I the same when I was 20 years old, the same artist as I am now? No, of course not.
No.
There are means of development over the course of an artist's career, of improvement in some stages. There are always people that are hired initially that might not be as great, and over the course of time, you will not see their names anymore because their work is just not up to snuff, right?
I
and
guess
then there
that
are
does
people
bring up
that
the question of, like, if they are at that point, is it that Marvel is actually trying to give them a shot, or is that Marvel is once again using their ethnicity as the base point, and then once the project's done, then it becomes, well, like, are they just using the artist, I suppose, is the question at that point.
they're always using the artist.
Yeah, but I think
They're
that's
not
also
they're
Eric's
not in the
point,
game
is
to
they're using
develop
them-
artists.
Well, no, but I mean, you kind of, the problem is you're kind of like on each side, where it's like, well, Marvel's trying to give, opportunities, but in the same token, they're kind of not either. Like, they know, generally speaking, once the project's done, or even before that, whether they're going to continue working with said artist or writer, if I have that correct. So I guess my thing is like, if they pull them in for that project and then decide not to use them, why were they pulled in for that specific project to begin with if they weren't up to snuff?
Yeah, and that argument in itself is, I think, extremely naive and too idealistic. On the same, if that can
Well, see, I
be
see,
in the same
but that's the
sentence,
thing, though. That's the thing is,
right?
if you go the shrewd business outlook of it, right, then they are flat out using them for their ethnicity,
Right, but there
knowing
is
who they're
never
going to
black
work
and
with.
white. But it's not,
Right.
when in life is
Well, no,
anything black and white?
numbers are black and white. That's the
Oh,
thing
I
is,
see.
you've already talked.
If
You've
if
already
numbers,
talked
okay,
about.
so technically,
You've
if
already talked
numbers are
about
black
Marvel
and white,
being. Here's the thing: Marvel's shrewd, right? If Marvel doesn't think they're going to make money on something, why else would they release it? Because we already said they're not in the business to create things as far as build up artists and do that sort of thing. So what is the point of releasing these if the sales weren't great? What, or what would they have been better served getting somebody who maybe wasn't in that community but was a more seasoned artist? Did somebody who was a better artist not get that opportunity because they weren't part of that group? I think those questions can then come into play.
You know what, man? I don't think that there is a, 100% answer to this question.
By the way, I am naive. I am unfortunately not an artist.
I think to what Brady
Michael,
said earlier. Yeah.
if Marvel came to you and said, "We're doing this Asian American book in May. We want you to draw an 8-page short story about a Filipino American superhero." What was the one that they just announced last year?
Is that what they did?
They had a Filipino American superhero or Filipino superhero.
I don't remember the name, but I remember Alex was talking about that.
Yeah. So would you pass that up?
So this is the question, right? So this is
not the question.
but I think it ties in. So like when Bernard mentioned affirmative action, right, and he tied it into this. It's not completely that, but it's a little bit of that. So
It's a little bit of it.
So you've got, and it's the same thing. Was it tokenism or is it them giving somebody a shot, right? And I think is honestly, when Matt's point says, is it about the numbers or is it about them, virtue signaling, or is it them just doing something good-natured like affirmative action, right? Giving people a shot who may have been marginalized or for whatever reason may have not had the same opportunities as others.
Tell the stories untold. Give that opportunity.
So I think we've got all these different points of views and some conflicting and some overlap. But I think the thing is I think it's probably all those things, because if you go back to the affirmative action, which ties into Bernard's question to me, is if it is affirmative action, if you are given an opportunity to do something that maybe through the normal meritocracy,
Idealistic.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I would never argue against anybody making their money.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, right? So perhaps, maybe, you didn't have the chops as close to somebody who is white or whatever it might be, right? So, but maybe they're giving you a leg up. They're giving you a shot. They're giving you that affirmative action. Whereas, you know what? Here's one. Take a crack at it. Now, Bernard, to answer your question, I would 100% take that opportunity. The same way our friend Crease Art took the opportunity to work on voices. And I did not.
Crease is doing a 10-page and for the upcoming voices.
Right.
Nice.
So again, he's a buddy of mine, and I never would have held that against him, because to be honest, I would have done the same thing if somebody offered me a cover or a few pages and were like, "Hey, you're ethnic, and here you go, ethnic. Let's see what you got," regardless of their intent, because who knows, right? Who knows what goes on behind closed doors? Maybe it is tokenism.
I mean, it could be opportunity.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe they're trying to.
Right?
Maybe,
Crease is an up-and-coming artist.
Right.
He has established himself with his streaming. He's built up a decent fan base, but now, as for Marvel, they're like, "Oh, we got this thing coming up. the story is based on two Asian American characters from Marvel, and give him a 10-page story or 12. I don't know how many pages it was, but it was a short story.
Right.
With Flex's wings.
So,
Is that tokenism?
I mean,
Is that and the characters themselves aren't necessarily. One character I think is a pretty popular character. The other one is not a very well used character.
I think the thing is, like, I don't think any of us said anything. I don't think any of this is on the artists themselves, though, and I want to make sure that's clear.
Right.
At least I wasn't saying that there should be anything held against the artists themselves for getting money.
Absolutely not.
You're doing your work. You're making your money in your craft. I think if anybody were to talk down on the artists for doing these sorts of projects, 100% incorrect.
Now,
I'm not going to go the idealistic route, as you had mentioned, and think that artist is doing, or Marvel is putting these out purely for the nicety of their heart.
Out of the goodness of their heart. Right.
With that does come cutting weight, which is not using people in these voices or in these voices issues again, and others. So I think that's where the main conflict came in, especially for Eric, was, are you using these people and tossing them to the side? And if so, that's not correct. And I understand your response is, well, they're a business. Well, that's my point too. So we both agree that at a certain point, they are using them not necessarily for the artistic creativity, but the ethnicity.
I don't know about this tossing to the side.
Well, never using again. I mean, if you use them for one issue and then you don't ever again.
Yeah, but that's the right wing narrative, right? Why are you doing this?
But here's the thing: is you stop associating other narratives to people you're having discussions with. I don't follow any narrative. This is my opinion, and they're generally questions as well. And I don't think they're incorrect questions either in stating that as a business, if you use somebody for a particular reason and then you never use them again, that is throwing away. You refuse, if you don't work with them again, then you've used them for a specific, and that's any industry, not just even entertainment. But I don't follow, and I'm going to ask you to please stop associating others' ideologies to myself.
I say, Matt, because Matt, you're not a Republican, right? Or are you?
No, I don't associate with any side. Can't be a Republican. I'm pro-choice. Don't have a religious affiliation. Don't believe a lot of their neocon bullshit.
Sure.
Can't be left-wing because some of my opinions make me a Nazi to them. So I'm kind of one of those in the middle. I wouldn't play libertarian because I don't feel they know what they're doing at this point either.
Libertarians sometimes have their fucking thumb up their asses, but I'm independent. I've always been registered independent in my whole life. But I understand. I think I understand that. Unfortunately, there are certain talking points that are bandied about by conservative Republican comic book readers, and I think they've kind of muddied the waters and they've kind of they've dug this hole in the sand. So I think, to Matt's point, he might be arguing similarly to the way that they're arguing, but he's not a Republican. And
I mean, I'm not following an agenda. I'm asking just questions that are coming from me personally, as to somebody who's inside the industry, somebody who I don't, a person I wouldn't get normally to talk to in that regard.
Yeah, Matt also doesn't know anything about like about when it comes to comic books. He's not Comicsgate or any of that shit. He doesn't even.
I'm not really talking about Matt. I'm more talking about Eric's point of view. So I think, and Eric not being here can't counter back. So,
he can't defend himself.
Yeah.
It would be funny if the whole time he was in the chat while he's recording the other podcast, just typing away.
No.
I mean, Matt. So I'm not. When I'm saying that, I'm not referring to you. I'm referring back to Eric, because of also Eric and we've had on this stream a previous conversation regarding Vita and meritocracy.
Right.
And so I
think he did admit a big thing for him is meritocracy.
Yeah. And that's been, and if you listen really to what he's saying, it's all rooted in meritocracy. Are these people worthy? Are these people good enough? Because if they're good enough, they should be working on a regular book. They should be working on not just an Asian American character book. They should be drawing Captain America, Black Panther, or whatever. You know, they shouldn't just be relegated to just Asian American characters or Asian characters in general, right? And that's been the talking point. And then why are we doing these books if you don't ever follow up with anything substantial after these books come out, right? And
I would say if I
well,
was a huge fan of the voices, I would be frustrated for them not following up, especially if they are, some of them at least, designed as kind of like a prelude. Like, as if I was a fan of them, I'd be like, really? Come
yes,
on. Like, give me more.
I get that too. But Matt, you also understand these voices books, Marvel publishes maybe like 50 to 60 books a month. This is one issue.
Right.
Right? Now, it's not every month that they do these voices books. It's maybe every 3 or 4 months.
I think the last
right?
one
I
they
think
did was, what, 2021 or something like that?
Well, I think they did one for Black History Month. They're doing one in May for Asian American Awareness Month. They might do an Indigenous issue, and they might do a LGBTQ plus one.
So it is an ongoing
like,
series then.
So maybe 4 or 5 of these over the course of an entire year. It's a fractional amount. It's not like the entire line is being shifted this way.
Now, do you feel they should be putting out more content, or do you think they're kind of at the threshold of what's possible for them to work?
That's a whole other discussion about the industry, about sales, about business. That you know, that you could talk about that for days. Whether they should be putting out more books or less books.
My background is finance and business and sales mainly, so I'm always interested in those ends of these sorts of companies, entertainment companies too, because I'm a nerd. Movies.
I mean, Matt, when I started drawing comic books professionally in the early '90s, even back then, although sales of books back then were tremendous.
Oh yeah,
you know, a book selling 100,000 would be in the low end.
Right.
If a book was selling 80,000, they're up for getting canceled. Wow. A book that's selling 100,000 now, you're in the top 3 or top 5 each month.
Oh yeah.
And 80,000 still puts you in the top 10. So sales have been, you know, dramatically has been also a talking point of a particular a narrative.
Are these digital and physical, or is this purely physical? Like
back then, it was only physical, right? And now even these numbers are only physical numbers. They really don't publish any of the digital numbers.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Plus digital, you can also get. Yeah, digital you can get like a Marvel Unlimited or DC Infinite or something, and so you can read all the books that
the numbers terribly.
Right. And also piracy. Piracy is a tremendous issue that this industry is facing.
And also, by the way, with the Matt, there was a company that handled the widespread distribution of comics pre-pandemic, Diamond. So the numbers were pretty legit. However, the numbers now for tallying how many comics are sold are, well, they're sus and dicey at best.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, but even those Diamond numbers, they were never legitimate actual numbers. They're all based off of a curve or a chart. So when they would publish those online, those weren't the exact publishing numbers. You only get those exact publishing numbers if you're actually at the publisher and you're working on that book, and you can request those numbers, or those numbers come back in your royalty statements.
Right.
But what they publish online is also not accurate to the T.
Inaccurate spy numbers now more than ever. So
shit.
Yeah, so even you might pull up an article right now from a website that says these are the numbers that were sold, these are all the comic books sold in the market here. Hello, Jelly Seth. And they could be complete bullshit. They're based on, numbers that they received from a handful of comic book stores, if I remember correctly. A few hundred comic book stores, and that's it. So the numbers they're not precise by any means.
My local shop was just closed down.
Yeah.
And then you also
Yeah.
You know, part of like again, if you're talking about sales of comics, the world is completely different from back then, right? The '90s was known as recognized as the big boom, but also the big boom was heavily backed by speculators,
Yes.
people that bought multiple copies of each book, hoping to get rich. Oh, very similar to the NFT craze now, or even some of the craze that's still going on in comics, where people buying variant covers or first appearances of characters. Um, and but it's also a different world. Back then, the internet was still relatively young. CompuServe and maybe AOL, not even at the height of AOL. Um, magazines back then were doing extremely well. Most magazines now are,
Oh yeah.
right? Publishing again. So there's a lot of different factors that video games now versus video games back then. Very different world, very different accessibility.
Oh, for much more money nowadays too, by large.
Yeah. So, and there's just so that again, that's a whole other discussion. But whether some of these, not everyone that's working in these books are going to get a regular series, or going to be able to, or can even work on a monthly book. A monthly book is a completely other animal compared to doing a single issue,
Right.
doing a 10 or 12 page issue, or doing an annual.
So would you? So I presume you've read all of the voices thus far.
I have not read all of the voices.
So from what you have seen now, are some of them that have worked on it? It's just they're not ready. You think for they're kind of young and they're just not there yet to even.
My personal opinion on some of the work, yeah, not all the work is top 10 comic book art level work. A lot of it is younger artists, a lot of it is younger writers. Some of it is writers that aren't necessarily superhero writers. Maybe they're pulling them in from independent genres, and they're, this is the first time they're tackling a superhero book.
Yeah, I ask these because I am generally interested. Like, is it more advantageous? Because I'm a big horror movie fan, and this is how I've kind of connected to a little. Right now, the indie scene in the horror movies is really where it's at. So you can do whatever you want and make your money. Is that sort of parallel to is it more advantageous to go kind of indie and do your own thing? Or maybe if you're looking for stability or more money, is it better to go with one of the bigger companies?
I think if you're talking about as a writer, I mean, this is interesting too, because just to not to go sidetrack, and I'll get back to that question. Marvel and DC also publish Halloween special books, right? One-offs, where they do a similar model, where they do a single large issue based off with anthology, with short 8 to 12 page stories, all themed with Halloween.
See, right there, that's appealing to me.
Right.
The funny thing is, I'm a huge anthology horror film fan, so you've already got me locked in.
But why is there no fervor or rage from a particular group about, oh, you're just casting away these characters, you're just casting away these artists that are working on these Halloween type stories or Christmas holiday type stories?
Well, I mean, I think
it's ridiculous.
For me, from a fan point of view, because it's really the only way I can look at it, if I did have, let's say I had read that and I had a particular one of the stories and art that I had enjoyed, and then I found out that like Marvel just doesn't use them anymore for whatever reason, I would be disappointed in that sort of idea of like, fuck, man, why didn't they continue with this person or stuff like that. As far as that argument, I mean, I think the same argument could be made, except for there is no pandering argument to be made about a Halloween collective as opposed to something designed by design is about ethnicity or culture, or however you want,
I think maybe because it seems like it's a race-based book. I'm guessing people take umbrage, right? I mean, unless the Halloween book was like, all right, well, it's Halloween, but only I don't know.
Jordan Peele's Halloween.
Jordan Peele's Halloween. This is
I don't know. Like I am interested in the Halloween stories now that I know that it's a thing. That's
DC,
awesome.
and I don't know if Marvel. I know DC has published in the past Halloween specific anthologies with various characters,
See, and
right?
that's the thing
And
is like
again,
I've gone on and off reading. So like I used to read Marvel Zombies, which I thought were awesome, stuff like that.
yeah.
But
So
I haven't been into it in a while. I just haven't had time.
the other other question that you asked about writing is it's much more difficult right now for a writer to break into comics as it is an artist. Um, a writer is you have to pitch ideas, right, and concepts for kind of what the storyline would be. But most companies will not accept unsolicited ideas.
right.
An
So
editor, I used to work at Disney. Um, during orientation, it was impressed upon us that if we were to ever receive any emails or letters, or even someone would call us on the phone, and if any of those discussions had the words, "I have an idea for," right? Hey, Matt, you're working at Disney right now. You're designing rides for Disney. Man, I got this cool idea for this ride that if you go through, right? Once you hear that, you have to say, hey, look, we can't continue this conversation. If you
Yeah,
read the
because then
email,
they'll
you
sue you
support.
if they find it in the parks.
right.
Well, yeah, because if you read it and you don't use it, human being humans, you've
Store the
digested that
collectibles.
information. It's going to sit in the back of your brain somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, it's not that you are intentionally, maliciously using that idea later on. Maybe it sits there and it plants a seed for like 4 or 5 months. A year later, it comes back up in another form somehow. But
Yeah.
then I'm going to be like, hey, I emailed you. I have this email receipt that you read it, and in that email, I have a specific ride, and now 3 years down the road, you're doing this ride. So
So
you stole
lawsuit,
my idea, right?
lawsuit time, baby.
So we live in a very litigious society, unfortunately. So
You see that with music and stand-up comedy a lot too.
yeah. So as a writer, how can you pitch ideas if nobody will listen to them?
Well,
So
is now
it's
the solicitation, is that like you go through a management company that licenses it and everything? Is that like what is the process for solicitation to be able to even present it?
what do you mean to get work?
Like how like how do you, if you have that idea, what does it mean? Like how do you get it to them?
Yeah, if you're a name writer, you would need an agent or someone, or you would need to approach a editorial group where they need to reach out to you. If they reach out to you, I think it's a little bit different. If
So
you
it's
come
like
to some
maybe
kind of
planting seeds where it's like they gotta call you, but they will, but they gotta call you.
right, it's extremely difficult. There is no particular path. The path that most people have gone down is that they've been friends. They have a friend that works.
I got this buddy
You
with a
network,
great story. You should meet him.
right? Or you're the actual buddy with that guy, right? And then they need, oh shit, we need a writer. We need a project is falling through. This has literally happened where I'm on a book. The writer leaves the book shortly before we're supposed to launch. They're in dire straits of trying to find a replacement writer, but a good friend of another writer that's working on an adjacent book has written some indie comics before, never any superhero stuff. And that adjacent writer is like, look, let's hire my friend. I'll help kind of co-write this book with him. And that's how he got in.
Bale says
Right.
getting into Hollywood is easier than getting into mainstream comics at this point. I mean, basically, you just got to have a popular YouTube page at this point, right? Like if you can get TikTok famous, you can get Hollywood famous, and then you too one day will be slapping Chris Rock. I do like the drawing, Mike. It is very awesome looking.
Why, thank
You're
you,
a
sir.
hairy wizard and a pot of grandma.
I wonder how my art skills stack up against that shitty indigenous artist from that one. No, I'm kidding.
Look, I think
Glad
it was
you didn't
really.
have a name picked out.
I mean, that specifically was really just that one drawing. I think.
Yeah, no.
No,
I
and
guess
there's a whole other aspect to the story itself. So, and part of that could be just you got to produce a book in X amount of time.
Yeah. No, listen,
If
there are
you're working on other
deadlines.
projects,
There's some
yeah.
hard deadlines in comics, and I only know this tangentially. I only know this through my friends. So I mean, I can't imagine the kind of pressure, especially if you've never done it before.
Where's Bill? Is he on the YouTube?
Bale's on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Oh, because I don't see his. What's
Yeah.
up, Bale?
Yeah, his chat's coming on screen instead of in chat.
If you want to make comics, just hire an artist and make your comic, put it online or crowdfund it. Fuck the big publishers, says Bale. I mean, that's the mentality. That's definitely a mentality current day.
Yeah, look, we live in a completely different world now. So, you can be a professional comic book artist. You can do whatever you want. You can self-publish. We talked about this last time, right? You go on your phone, on Webtoons. I'm sure there's other mediums that are being worked on right now. Delivery via mechanisms.
I'm an amateur. Is there any market out there for stick figure art?
Huh.
Of
Probably.
course, yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
I thought you were just gonna laugh at me.
No.
I mean, here's the other question. When's the last time you read a newspaper comic book strip?
Oh, a while, but I'm familiar.
I mean, those hardly exist, right?
Yeah, I mean, is it sad that I have to admit that I don't think I've read a newspaper in quite some time?
I mean, who the
Yeah,
hell
but
has?
is that because the newspaper is pushing too much of a left-wing woke agenda in
Oh no, I got
whatever
the world at my
articles?
fingertips in my devices. Nothing to do with the content. I read everything.
Yeah.
It's just, what does the newspaper know that I didn't see on the online today? I guess.
Right. So we live in a world where how we consume entertainment or media or information is very different than it was, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And, trying to get the attention or trying to build a business based off of entertainment, off of a particular medium, there's just, I don't think it's fair to point in one direction or another why certain things are the way they are.
Well, I mean,
Right.
also the newspaper, like I'm in Chicago, so a lot of the newspaper's local shit, anyways. Like,
I mean,
it
I
does
read
have,
newspaper.
you
Yeah,
know, like
I read
it-
newspaper every day, but I read it online.
Yeah, that's how that's the whole thing. Is just like I don't know, that whole, because even the newspaper companies are like, hey, you want the paper or just take the digital subscription? Like, even they do it.
Hmm.
Like the Tribune, you could either get the paper in person or hell, for 14 whatever it is a month or whatever, you get the online version.
Rum says, is it more profitable to come up as an independent self-publisher with no background or fan base, or to go through a company in the hopes that they publish your work?
Is that a question for?
I'm thinking. I think honestly, for me, the better bet is betting on yourself.
Yeah.
It's so hard. I mean, we talked about this before. We talked about how hard it is to break into comic books, and we just got done talking about it. I'd say,
I mean, it also depends on what publisher.
right.
There, outside of the larger, more established publishers, in this case Marvel, DC, or even a Dark Horse or IDW, or Image, some of the other smaller publishers, very unreliable. And even publishers that you think are name. I just did a project for a name publisher that's been around, legendary publisher, legendary magazine. I still haven't gotten paid yet.
Jeez, how How long has
and
it been?
it's already the story already published in February. I completed the story back in October,
What the fuck?
and so now I gotta go and chase them down.
God damn, man, that's fucking embarrassing.
So,
for them, obviously.
For them, right? Yeah, and it's a pain in the ass. So, profitable is also another. You work at a Marvel DC, you get paid right now, but in some ways you don't own the characters. Whereas if you were to self-publish, you own the characters, and then if you were able to convert that into other ancillary properties, you reap the benefit 100% of all of that. So, I do charity work, Bale. A percentage of my work every year. I mean, literally, it is charity. But fortunately, this is going into the uncollected category. But I do a percentage of work every year as in charity.
Oh, that's awesome.
But it's a business that I think, going back to the initial discussion, in an ideal world, yes, I do feel like there shouldn't be a need for these type of more specific group focused anthologies, right? In an ideal world, these characters or these creators, writers or artists, if they're quote unquote good enough, they should be working on whatever they want to do. But we haven't arrived at that situation yet. And I also don't see it as a negative thing. As to a negative thing in that these projects exist, which is more of a discussion about
affirmative action.
Affirmative action, right? In an ideal world, you wouldn't need to bring up that we need to hire black coaches in the NFL, where the majority of the league is composed of black players. But that needs to be discussed at each point, because we don't live in a fair world. And so that is a subject matter that has to be discussed. Or even, black coaches in other leagues, in other sports leagues. So,
okay. So,
and in that discussion of affirmative action exists another discussion about meritocracy. Is everyone that's being hired deserving or worthy of whatever, or of getting that job, based purely on merit? And then what is the metric for merit? Right? In sports, is it wins, losses? In comics, is it sales? Is it dollars made?
I think it's
or is it quality of work?
Made.
Huh?
I think across any industry, it always ends in being dollars made.
Well, if meritocracy is based on dollars made, then skill set is not necessarily. I'm on the camp where I believe in meritocracy to an extent. I feel like, yeah, you need to have the chops. There should be some kind of level of work, right, to become a professional.
Minus the people that are born with natural talent, like, people with the ability to just go on the piano and things like that.
And a lot of that too, though, Matt. I mean, that is really just based on time spent perfecting the craft. Talent.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain people born with. I had a buddy who played piano No lessons, never really taught, and he picked it up in high school because he was in the band room the one day and started fucking with it, and they were like, "Oh wow, how long have you been playing?" He's like, I don't. And then now he's, you know, I believe he's a concert pianist. Like there are those kind of like people that are just born with a gift. I am not one of them.
Me neither.
I have to work hard for any progress. I was like, why didn't I hear the sound alert? But I have the stream volume. Oh, now I heard it.
There it goes. What's up, Evo?
Matt, what do you do for a living? We haven't really talked. I don't know much about you, so I'd be interested.
Most of my professional career has actually been in sales. I've done everything from I've run a small business to I did a lot of sales. I have done a decent amount of marketing. Right now I'm trying to make money from streaming, making a little bit, not sustaining, but that's why my wife and I got a deal going. And but yeah, bulk of my career was sales, or sales marketing mix. Some website design, you know, but all that was more self-taught when I was running the small business I was running. Not my own. I didn't own the business. It had an owner, but I ran it. So yeah, my main background is that sort of thing. I've got a degree in finance. Well, that was the major. Concentration was business admin, and I also have some accredited. I used to be a CPA, but not in a long time.
Look at you, Matt. Jack of all
I've
trades
worked
over
with,
here.
you know.
Do you do Mike's taxes?
I could, yeah. I worked with a firm that actually they were for profit, so they're still evil. But they were all about tax resolution services. So you'd have people, mainly a lot of the clientele was like, because we were in Chicago, was like Polish and Mexican immigrants who just didn't file for 10 years. And one of the whole things was rectifying that with the IRS and getting them caught up. And a lot of cases, they would still get refunds for like 8 years prior.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess they, I don't know what the system's like anymore, but you know, at that time, I guess if they owed you money, they'd still pay you. They're like, we're still good for it, you just gotta let us know. IRS is still cool. But yeah, I'm a big nerd in some areas. I'm a musician. I love movies, love games. You know, comics when I was younger, fell out of it. I do read a lot. But at this point, it's like exclusively biographies.
Bernard, how's Monkey Prince going?
Good. I'm actually drawing right now, so I think I need to sign off because I need to try to wrap up this page.
Yeah, focus.
Yeah. Eric got me all riled up.
I need my
And then he's
super
not
to
here to
be at
talk.
least 52% Puerto
Oh,
Rican.
listen, you guys
He
both have
dipped out
different.
right before, too. He's like, oh, gotta go.
You guys both have, you know, differing points of views. And to be honest, I don't know where I fit on it after our discussion. I think it's mixed. I think there are benefits and there are negatives. And I think at the end of the day, it comes down to just your personal feelings towards it. And hello, Dread Crew. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. What did Dread say, even? Dread said, I need my superheroes to be at least 52% Puerto Rican. Minimum.
If they don't make an amazing rice and gandules, they're not a good superhero.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having Asian writers or Asian artists working on an Asian character, I don't think like that's something that you have to have an Asian artist or Asian writer to be able to write an Asian character. Like, you don't have to have a black writer or a black artist to work on an African American book or character. You know, when I first started, I was up for drawing Static.
Oh,
I
nice.
was
Oh,
the
that's
two
right.
finalists,
I
myself
remember
and
John
John Paul
Paul.
Leon.
Yeah.
And John Paul's not black; he's Cuban.
They were like close
So,
enough.
but I mean, a lot of people at the time, before this, again, before mostly the internet and stuff like that, a lot of people thought he was African American. A lot of people thought he was black, until they saw him at a show. But I do understand that hope, right? And yeah, I do think that you shouldn't be limited to, and you should only that. I don't think that that's occurring on a basis of with an evil intent.
Right.
What I do think is that these are characters that for a very long time have been neglected, have been written from a non-Asian, from speaking about like an Asian American character. A lot of times in the past, these are characters that have been written from a non-Asian perspective, from a non-Asian creator. That they were created and written and drawn by people not of that ethnic background. And so I think the move is more so about authenticity and bringing an authentic perspective to the work.
Right.
Throughout my career, most of the books I've worked on have been kind of non-Asian American centric, but I've always tried to fit in or include them living in a colorful world, because that's the world that I live in reality. Right? When I go outside my door and into the real world, I see people of all different colors. But a lot of these characters that we start with are white characters because they were created in the 60s and 70s and 80s, without any kind of, I think, racial
Bias.
negative racial bias. It's just that they were white writers and white artists, and
Right.
they were just writing and drawing what they knew. So
Yeah.
now I'm just writing and drawing what I know. Why is that wrong? Why am I being persecuted for writing and drawing what I know, when that was how it was done even before? And in many cases, also in some of the projects that I worked on, my first monthly book, they wanted to launch a brand new character in the superhero universe. And I said, I'll do it on one contingency: if you make the lead character an Asian American male, but an Asian American male that doesn't know Kung Fu, is a lover, not a fighter. Because up until then, the only Asian characters that were out there were ones that were martial artists, or the majority were, or nerds.
Right.
So, if I have a ability to affect the project that I'm working on, and the book was written by Bob Layton, why would I not want to do that? And at the same time, the discussion was also that I could bring a particular level of authenticity to the character that's not stereotypical, and that I would also be able to help the writer in crafting characters and stories that were more unique but also more modern. So what is wrong in that?
No, I don't think
Right?
there's
Because
anything inherently wrong with
as
that.
a writer or creator, you want to draw your strength. All of our strengths are based off of our own personal experiences and what we can bring, how we're unique or have unique paths, and what we can bring from that to our work. I can't tell you how many times I've worked on books where when I get the script initially or the story, all the characters are white. And I think about, well, I asked the writer, hey, can we make this character a different ethnicity? Does that change any of the initial intent of where the story is going? Right?
How often would you say it does for the writer?
Many times it doesn't even change any of it because they're just really talking about basic character principles.
Yeah, that's what
right?
they drew.
Yeah.
It wasn't any sort of indication about it. It was just that's the characters they drew.
Right. So, because they're used to that. Now, growing up here's another discussion, Matt, too. Growing up as an artist, here, your training is based upon drawing Caucasian features.
Where are you? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Welcome
I'm
back,
in Los
Eric.
Angeles.
Okay.
Right, but I go, hey, Eric, we talk so much shit about you, Eric, while you're gone.
Oh.
No,
I deserve it. I deserve it.
Bayo mainly. He was saying that your women breasts are not big enough too.
Also something about cat fornication.
That part's true. There's actually, I'm on record saying I'm pro cat.
Pro cat breasts.
Well, pro cat breasts. Yeah. So the last thing was, again, like going about the artwork. Growing up here in the U.S., you know, I mainly grew up in Indiana, Miami, and school in New York and Los Angeles. Going to art school my entire life, learning how to draw. You're drawing from live models and also drawing from your head and drawing from what you saw, right? Drawing, you know, one of my first drawings are from comic books, copying comic books. So part of that is the default drawing is based off of Caucasian features. The default human drawing, the default drawing of a human is based off of Caucasian features because that's what the only models that I had to work from. So the next issue or the next evolution of like this discussion is that now when you do have characters of various ethnicities, especially if you're working on a monthly book or a book with you know, production deadlines and stuff like that, a lot of times you're drawing a default drawing. I fall victim to that. When I draw heads, faces, figures, there's a particular level of default that I start out with. But then there's also a cognitive understanding of what it is that you're drawing. And then that needs to be reflected in the who you are drawing. So, you know, reading the comics in the 70s and 80s growing up, all the characters looked the same. They just had a different, maybe different hairstyle, or different skin color. And so that as an artist, the characters and stories that I'm creating, I need to have an additional level of consciousness and awareness in the stories that I'm crafting. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does. I think you mentioned something the last time we had a conversation similar to this, which landed pretty profoundly with me, right? The idea that you grew up drawing models that were primarily white dudes. And I'm like, oh, right. So that kind of permeates into, oh, this is just a thing that I did. And I think your term was default. And I think that's pretty apt. I think that's accurate. So that now you're having to re-register, reprogram. Those might not be the right words, but to be like, I shouldn't just default into something because it's what I've come to know, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And by the way, helpful for artists, like, you know, like any, for me, race stuff aside or socio-political stuff aside, just handy as an artist to just draw different styles of faces, more Caucasian features, Asian features, Middle Eastern features, Black features, etc., etc.
This one time that Jim Lee drew a chapel from what is it, Youngblood, right? And I could tell, like, oh, those aren't the features of a black guy. right? It was just Jim Lee drawing his typical buff dudes, and now he's got a like a flat top, and they put the skin color on him black, right? But then but then that's feature-wise, it wasn't the same. But when I saw John Byrne do it, I was like, oh, he clearly is not going into that default space. He clearly understands features are important to characters. So it all depends, to your point, it all depends on how mindful you are about the thing that you're drawing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the next level of discussion. Is that I think towards the end, Eric, I do agree in a sense that in an ideal world, an artist, if they're qualified enough to work on something, to be a professional, right? They shouldn't be only hired to just draw an Asian character. If you're Asian artist, or if you're Asian writer, you shouldn't only be hired to write Asian characters. You should be able to write any character. White, black, alien, green, robot.
Hey man, don't you claim to understand the needs of the robots?
But like these projects, I don't really see. I don't really see why all the negativity against some Marvel's Voices or DC Festival of Heroes. When, to me, a lot of it is their launching grounds for younger artists and writers, coupled with
Affirmative action.
some more seasoned pros. A lot of it is there is an affirmative action type message behind it. Some of it are characters that aren't used very often in the universe.
Sure.
And perhaps they get a moment for a spotlight.
Sure. Are you talking about the characters or the creatives?
Both.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And but again, some of the narrative in the past is that these books are just being created, and then you never see or hear any of those characters again, right? And that's not the case though. Some of those characters do recur or do pop back up, and I'm an example of that, in a sense that in the DC Festival of Heroes, which is an Asian American centric one-off special last year, the short story that I drew in there is now a 12-issue limited series at DC.
Yeah. Okay.
So it does occur. Not every single one is going to be turned into that, but nor should the expectation be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're talking about the characters, right?
I'm talking about the characters and also in some cases the artists and writers.
Yeah. Listen, I think we're going to come to a crossroads in which you and I clearly don't agree, and it's because I'm assuming already. I'm already saying these people are genuinely qualified to work at Marvel and or DC, right? Genuinely qualified. They made it through the gate. They've reached whatever. They've passed through whatever qualifications that they need. They've been read by the editors. They've been looked at by an art director, or at the very least somebody who has an art-centric eyeball, and said, "This is good. This will represent this company / story well, or at least our initiative well." The line that I'm taking, or the position that I'm taking, is that I don't think it should be in a primarily what I've identified to be like in a book that is just virtue signaling. Look at who we have working on these characters that are also similar to them in persona, in skin, in identity. I think as good as they are, put them on other books, even if it's just a one-shot. Even if it's not a character that you're going to continue. Put them on a backup story of Spider-Man with with a different character, with the same character, whatever it is, but why make it into this celebratory, in my opinion, nothing, if that's the ultimate goal, is to give them sort of a highlight, right? Put it on a mainstream book. They're going to get more eyeballs on them if they're in a backup issue of a Spider-Man than a book that automatically gets a black eye because, for whatever reason, the general public doesn't like being pandered to or sees it as pandering.
Wow.
Right?
That I don't think it's general public should be the term used. Right?
Certain
It's not the
individuals see it as
public.
public. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certain individuals see it as
Right.
as pandering.
Yeah.
That's
So,
my opinion.
right, but then to that group that sees it as pandering, right? Not every book is made or printed for everybody to read.
Oh, I totally understand that. I totally understand that. That's you're sidestepping my point. You're sidestepping my point. My point is, if you genuinely believe in these creators, which I've already said, hey, these guys are worth it, which what you said earlier, which is like meritocracy, these guys are not worth it. I never said that. Not once did I say that
Just
about
want
this
to point out
conversation.
minus that one person that drew that one drawing.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying, don't do it in these books. Do it in your mainstream books. Do it in your big highlighted, oh my gosh, these are the books that people are paying attention to right now. That's my point.
Eric, do you think that there's any upside to having a book like that?
A Marvel's Voices book?
Yeah.
Let me think. Let me attempt getting out of my biases.
What if you're some young indigenous girl
Mm-hmm.
and you look at it as legitimately like, oh, this could be me.
This is my foot in the
I mean,
door.
that's-
Oh no. Oh, I see. You're the reader.
If you're the reader, the most idealistic way to kind of look at it is that some young person of that particular group is going to read it and be inspired to do, understand they can do whatever they want to do. That's the idealistic way to look at it.
Yeah. I can't
Beth.
say that. Because I don't necessarily believe in it.
Right.
That the only way a person will be able to identify is because, now mind you, I'm not saying it's impossible that doesn't exist. Clearly that does, or there wouldn't be initiatives like this, right? Clearly that does. But if you're asking me for an upside, nothing immediately comes to mind.
Hello, Beth.
I would want somebody who is like somebody that you believed in as a publisher, right? To both in art and in writing. If I'm like, I love the way you tell stories. I love it. I'm into everything that you draw. I'm really I would love to publish you. I'm going to put you on Spider-Man. Even if it's just a one shot. In the context of whatever kind of story that you are going to tell, right? I'm going to put it in that book. Because people pay attention to Spider-Man. It would get you so much more eyeballs if you are in a mainstream character. Not in the case of a lot of side characters that may or may not end up getting used again. There's a few in there. There's a few highlights. Clearly, Echo ended up becoming Phoenix. I mentioned that earlier.
I would
That's my
argue
argument.
one side we haven't explored is the artist kind of side of like, there is a decision there to be made if they have the opportunity of like, would I rather, if Marvel is doing something that maybe that artist or writer is passionate about, then maybe it is more advantageous for them to at least be able to tell their story that they want to tell the way they want to tell it, and maybe never work with them again, but at least you got to do something you legitimately wanted to do as opposed to Spider-Man. Like, there is something to say about happiness within one's work as well from the artist's perspective, I think, or at least should be said.
Yeah, for sure. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm in no position to disregard that. Assuming, of course, that that's the kind of environment that they're presenting, right?
Well,
Marvel's not going to let you draw the thing that you want.
Well, Bernard asked me a question. If Marvel was like, "Hey, we're doing an ethnic issue," and they tapped me to do some pages, I'd take them up on it. I'd do some pages. And then I pointed to Crease in that very issue that we're talking about, voices, where Crease, now again, you can make an argument that did he get the shot because he's a good artist, or did he get the shot because he's Korean? And I think some people, to a varying degree, will be more uncomfortable with that notion than others. Now, me,
In what sense that he got a shot because he was Korean?
right? So I can only speak for myself. If I knew that there was a chance that perhaps I got tapped to do some pages, not based on the caliber of my art, but on the outward perspective of my human form, it doesn't really bother. Again, to the Bernard's affirmative action point. Listen, sometimes you just gotta take the shot that's presented to you. Nor would I criticize anybody for taking a similar shot. Like I would never.
Yeah. You wouldn't criticize somebody for turning it down.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't criticize anybody for turning it down or taking it based on those presumed prerequisites.
Yeah. In that same situation, if they said, "Hey, Eric, we really like your art, but we like the fact that you're Filipino more," I'd be like, "No, thank you."
No one's ever gonna say no.
I know they won't.
I don't think anybody would be dumb enough to put it in those words.
That's obviously the cartoonish version of the situation.
What do you feel about like BET or the NAACP awards or even a lesser degree like the Screen Actors Guild versus the Oscars? Like what are your thoughts about like BET?
Liken this character.
Thank you, whiteboarders, for the bits.
Ooh.
Thanks, buddy.
In the sense of like the award or the
just Black
the
Entertainment.
channel?
Black
Just
Entertainment.
channel, yeah.
I've never been asked that before.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't have an opinion about it. Why do you ask?
Well, why have a BET when you have ABC, CBS, Netflix, or
Oh yeah,
whatever
I see
else?
what you're getting at. So the difference being is that Marvel Voices or whatever it is that they're doing is not ongoing. BET presents a platform for maybe marginalized voices that wouldn't be able to get into a ABC, CBS, or whatever, but they continue their commitment to them.
So if
They put
Marvel
them
were
on the
to
air.
if Marvel were to publish a monthly Marvel Voices, where every month they had a platform to feature up and coming artists and writers and characters of a particular ethnic background.
But why would they need to do that, Bernard? Why would they need to single out
Why
a
would they
group
need
of
to have a
pe-
BET?
the translation is different here, right? Because in my opinion, Marvel is a conglomerate of characters that anybody can write. Anybody can write and draw with the right sort of skill set, right? I don't know what the gate is for NBC, ABC, and CBS. I don't know what it is, right? But these, at least these days, in as far as like a BET channel is concerned, don't you believe that that's not as relevant anymore?
In an ideal world, we wouldn't need any of these things. In an ideal world,
Is that what you're getting at?
I think in an ideal world, we would not need affirmative action. In an ideal world, we would not need to bring out the case of we should hire more black coaches in the NFL or in the NBA.
Sure.
Or even having that discussion.
Sure.
In an ideal world. I think these books or these projects are able to give a platform for young up-and-coming writers and artists and often not used characters, a way to gain a little bit of spotlight once a year, and provides a launching pad for a younger artist, perhaps. I wouldn't say that this is the case for Crease, but a younger artist to have for the company to give them a commitment of an 8 to 12 page short story.
Yes.
To see if they're able to, work on more. And during that process, they're probably going to be getting more job offers before the book comes out.
I agree with you. Everything that you said is correct, except for the fact that you took the context out, which is the characters that they're working predominantly Asian. The characters that they're working that they're drawing predominantly gay, LGBT,
Right.
predominantly whatever that thing is that they
But
highlight.
that also extends to those characters that are seldom used in the universe, or
exclusively, right? If you want to
represented.
talk about the pool of Marvel characters that are seldom used,
But then how is that different from BET?
what do you mean? BET, if you go look at BET, they're not just doing exclusively black centric all the time. That's a misnomer.
Now.
I didn't think that when I would see episodes of it.
Can I ask what the direct comparison to BET is? Because it's not a one-to-one thing. So how are you connecting the two?
I think
is it just on the idea
of
basically having a cultural or race-based service of entertainment?
Yes.
Is it,
yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. Or they have like HBO. On HBO, they would have like call-outs for Asian American directors short films, or African American directors short films, or featured short film projects with a particular I don't like to use the word minority, but
I
with
think that comparison only works if it is a HBO Productions. Like, one of them is from, like, if it's just they're highlighting an indie, and they have the streaming rights on their network technically, and they're highlighting those, is a little different than creating from inside out. You're creating the entity as opposed to highlighting the entity that was already created by one of said voices. The only real difference, but I do understand your comparison.
Nothing's going to be 100-to-1, a 1-to-1 exact comparison, but overall, the majority of the comparison exists.
I'm going to say BET exists because it's like the only place I can still watch Martin.
How dare you?
I love that show. I don't want to pay the money for the full season on Vudu.
So Marvel
I think
is Marvel's BET.
Well, maybe not BET. Again, BET is its own network, but in the context of network to network comparison, or just a vehicle to showcase a particular ethnic group, or voices or stories from that ethnic group, predominantly. Because not every character in these stories are all Asian. There's there's black and white characters in the Asian anthology.
There is backlash though when you think of like how Netflix will bring a international property, and if it doesn't do well, the next thing you know, it's canceled. Wu's Assassin, rather than getting another season, got a movie to end it. Things like that, to where like, the streaming services do it the most, where they'll highlight something, and then if it doesn't do well, they drop it like a bad habit. I'm not saying Marvel does that, but that would be the negative side as far as that sort of going on it.
Yeah, I just don't really understand the negativity.
I think they should be, if you criticize it for its content, that's one thing. I don't think anybody should be necessarily against the issue, them being, I don't know, I'm not an artist, but I kind of feel like all artists should kind of be like, oh shit, new art. Great, people are working.
And I don't think that those projects are, I forgot the word, but protected from criticism based on the quality of the work. A lot of the stuff in there are, they're forgetful, in a sense that they're not like the greatest pieces, and I think people should be open to criticizing about that. I have an issue with just hiring someone based on their ethnicity if their work is not up to the level of where it should be. I'm completely in agreement with that. I don't think it does anything. I don't think it does the effort or movement any good if
Right.
you're hiring inferior artists or writers to represent yourself.
Right.
Part of that is like
Yeah.
our own people need to step it up and be better actors, be better writers, be better artists. Because we shouldn't have to have that kind of lift up, right? In an ideal world, we wouldn't need any of these things.
Well, we're still very much. I mean, it's starting to blend differently because of the internet and things like that. But we're still very much segmented in our entertainment. I mean, countries have different famous actors in their countries. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird kind of segregation the world does. And I look at it as far as like in the film industry, there's actors that are like huge in England and those areas, and very small here. It's a weird. I don't know. It's a weird familiarity we have with it.
I think this is where Bernard and I disagree. I think the opportunity that you can give to people of color, the quote unquote minorities, could be better served in other books outside of the Marvel Voices line. If the true intent is to go and make sure that they are set up for a version of notoriety and success, you can do it elsewhere, and it would be more impactful for their long-term careers. That's just my opinion.
I don't disagree with that, Eric. Right? But why only one or the other? Why not both? Why only one or the other? Why not both?
Imagine a world in which you are, as a customer base, already limited. You already know that there's a customer cap, and you are scrounging for as much of that customer base as possible, in as far as what they're going to spend their money on. What are they going to spend their money on?
Every industry is limited.
You're not answering the question. Are they going to spend their money on Marvel Voices, or are they going to spend it on Batman and Spider-Man? Where are your eyeballs?
Okay. Now in that same discussion, right?
Yeah.
If a company were to say, "Oh, Batman sells," right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm going to put all my money in Batman.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm going to pump out Batman books because I know that that sells. Well, what happens when you do that?
In what sense?
What happens if Batman is your number one seller, and you decide to pump out Batman and say, I'm going to focus on Batman because we know that sells. We know people buy Batman.
That's not what I'm talking about, Bernie.
No, that's what you're asking, right?
I'm saying in the best opportunity space, and you just said that Batman is their most successful book, in the opportunity space of highlighting different creators, right?
Mm-hmm.
The creators that are in those, what do you call it, books, in those Marvel books, in the Marvel Voices books.
Right.
If the intent is to highlight them and potentially set them up for future success, you could put them on books that have an inherent successful track record built in. Not because you're making Batman books or more Batman books, but because people are watching Batman.
Okay, right. So, but you're painting a very black and white line here.
Why?
Right. And I'm saying, like, why can't you have both? Why can't you do both? Are there Asian American writers and artists working on Batman books? There are.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Right? But there are also Asian American writers and artists that are working on DC Festival Heroes or
your
Marvel's
question to
Voices.
me is why have both? And I keep going back to
why
the
can't we
reason
have
why
both?
The reason why I'm gonna try and explain, which is if your intent is to highlight major characters, major potential creators, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is suboptimal to do it in a book that's not going to get the kind of sales / eyeballs on it that a Batman would. You want to put them in big movies as opposed to a small indie movie.
So
every
new writer or artist they should be immediately thrown onto
No,
a top
that's
tier
not what
book.
I'm saying. There's
That is
plenty
what
of
you're saying,
opportunity.
isn't it?
No, it's not. What I'm saying is there are opportunities there in which they can do backup stories. Absolutely, that still exists.
When
I'm
the
not
backup
saying
stories exist?
make them the headliner. No, that's an effort, right? Instead of putting the money into putting out a book that nobody is going to going to look at inherently, you put more
Well,
money
no,
into a Batman
one
book.
particular group of consumers is not going to look at. Don't say everybody, because that's not the case. That's not the truth.
Okay,
It's one
fair.
particular group of
That's
consumers,
absolutely fair. It's
right?
if yes,
So you're
you're right.
saying don't put money into a project that one particular group is not going to look at. One particular group that I'm assuming your basis is that is the largest
No, that's
consumer
not what
group.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So then
As a
what are
matter
you
of fact,
saying?
that's
You
two
just said
steps
everyone.
ahead.
You just said
That's
everyone.
that's two steps ahead of what I'm saying. If I'm going to go back to it again. If your effort is to highlight new creators and give them an opportunity of success, you don't put them on smaller books. You put them on the big ones that people are paying attention to. Because there's a clear track record that those are the books that their people are reading. The trade-off of I don't know what typical Marvel voices sell for versus a Batman or an X-Men or another mainstream Marvel book gets, it's not a comparison.
I mean, I would argue the sole intent of the series is not just to highlight the artist, but to highlight
Sure.
the ideas.
Yeah,
of
if
the
that's the
story.
case, yes, absolutely. Yeah, if that's
Right.
the case, if it's not just that, then I get it. I
Well,
get
of course, it's not just that. It's never just about one thing.
I mean, I would have to presume the idea was, hey, within Marvel, the idea was, hey, we want to do these types of stories. Here's our idea for what we're calling Marvel Voices, and then you hire the artists and writers. So, I mean, the initial intent is always, I would assume, the voices, and then you go from there, or the story.
Why not put Kreese on an X-Men book right now?
Yeah, why not put Kreese on an X-Men book?
Yeah, why not?
The audience couldn't handle the awesomeness.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. Why not?
I mean, I'm stumped.
By the
So
way,
everybody
is there
that's
any,
I think this is
any
a very
chance of,
black
like,
and
a-
white kind of discussion.
Go on, sorry.
Sorry, Matt. I didn't mean
No,
to
no,
cut
you're
you
good.
off.
Go ahead, man. I mean, I was gonna make a joke.
I mean, there are different artists of different levels of experience, right? Of different levels of work, different levels of how many books they can sell.
Sure.
Right? Is one, is a chicken before the egg, right? Is the artist instantly going to have an impact in terms of getting additional sales if you put them on that book? Or are you going to use a book to prop up an artist? Now, out of everyone, no company right now is going to do that.
Sure.
No company is going to go out there and promote and prop up an artist's career.
Yes, I agree.
Right. So that argument is moot.
Why?
Why, if you really want to promote someone, just put them on a Batman book, just put them on an X-Men book.
Listen, on the amount of money that you end up spending on a Marvel Voices, take that same amount of money and add 4 pages to a Batman book and let Kreese do it. Because if the intent is to highlight Kreese and his ability and to prove whether or not he's capable of not just a deadline,
But that's not the
also
intent.
moving.
That's
What's
not the
the-
pure
what's the
intent.
intent?
It's not the 100%. It's not 100% one thing.
What is it? Tell me the other one.
All right, it's to highlight. I've said it. It's to highlight not just. It's highlight writers, artists, and characters.
Right. Right.
Right. So you have a combination of younger and more veteran writers, younger and more veteran artists,
Mhm.
and characters that are both kind of on a regular rotation, and also characters that might not really get a lot of highlight. Right. So
Sure.
case in point, I mentioned in the DC Festival of Heroes, which is the Asian American anthology, one of the short stories was based on Grace Choi. Now, who's Grace Choi?
Mm-hmm.
Who's Grace Choi?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Grace Choi is an Amazonian warrior. She's part of the Wonder Woman universe. She's a Korean of Korean descent.
Right. So what you're saying is it's not just about writers, artists, and characters, but specifically of a race of character.
Specifically to focus on Asian American or Asian characters in the universe for that book, yes.
Correct. So there's no way that somebody can leverage a four-page backup story to introduce one of these characters.
No one's going to do a 4-page book. It's going to be like an 8 or 10 page backup
fair enough.
story,
Whatever
right?
it is, the opportunity space. My argument is the opportunity space still exists for the thing that you're talking about. Only it's not in a isolated book like Marvel Voices.
Okay. In that instance, of course. I mean, if I was a publisher, right? How many pages are in a book right now?
I have no idea. It's been a long time.
Okay, it's either 20 or 22 pages, roughly, of story pages.
Sure.
In a regular comic book, you're looking at about 32 pages to 40 pages of a regular comic book. The remaining pages being ads. Generally, they're ads for. You might have one or two like outside, like Reese's candy or something, but the rest are internal. If it's Marvel, it's like a Marvel movie or other comic book ad. If it's DC, it's a Warner Brothers show or other comic book ad. Right? If they were to do that, look, I think this argument is moot.
Why?
Because we're talking about a hypothetical. Look, all I'm saying is, why can't we have both? Right? And the purpose of these books is not. It is to highlight or bring spotlight to characters that are not used, that are of a particular ethnic descent, and to match them up with writers and artists of a similar group, so that they begin to have kind of an authentic voice or representation behind those characters, because those characters in the past were probably created by a white guy.
Sure.
And to at least give them and those characters an opportunity to have a particular authentic voice and story. Some of those things are, again, very difficult to tell the story in 8 to 12 pages.
Yes.
To tell anything meaningful in those 8 to 12 pages.
Sure.
But the argument from a particular narrative is that they're just doing it, and these are all thrown away. Well, it's not. They're all thrown away because some of those characters have now become have gotten more spotlight in other books, and if their own book, myself included with the Monkey Prince is a prime example of that.
Sure.
And then also some of the writers and artists have moved on to write other books or mainstream monthly books, so that they have used that as a platform to do other things that are a little bit more substantial than these kind of throwaway single issues.
Yeah, the success of what you're talking about, or at least the extensive success of what you're talking about, is undeniable because obviously it's happening, right? I'm talking about the strategy. The strategy is flawed to me. You saying that why can't we have both speaks directly towards that strategy. All of these things that you're talking about still accomplishable independent of Marvel's Voices, if the strategy is correct. I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. I do believe that there's an opportunity there. I do believe that, yes, you should highlight specific characters that don't get, who couldn't carry a book on their own. I agree with that, right? Who eventually could potentially carry a book on their own. I agree with that too. And as far as like the personnel that they chose between writer and artist, I'm on board. Go find them if they're qualified, and if they really do end up like making a big splash by way of either audience retention or audience react. I'm on board. I'm saying in a book like Marvel Voices, strategy is incorrect.
Eric, are there any books that you're reading right now?
No, admittedly not.
Okay, so you're not reading any comic books right now.
Not new ones, nope.
Okay. So when you say, if you go do this, I'm on board, right? You're not on
Yeah.
board on anything right now.
Oh, come on, Bernard. I'm talking about the exercise. I'm talking about the exercise of doing it, not necessarily buying the comic book.
But when you
That's
say
not what
those
I'm talking
words,
about.
I mean, that's what you're representing.
What?
'Cause
That
I'm going to
on
go
board
buy
with the
this if you, I'm going to go
No,
buy this.
I'm
if
on
you do
board.
this.
No, that's what you're saying on my behalf. What I'm saying is I'm on board with the exercise of doing it. That's not what I'm saying at all.
I just don't understand the negativity with having these projects. I can understand.
I can spoke my part about it. I can't represent everyone. Everyone, like you said, people are like looking at it, going like, "Oh, this is just a token, yada yada." Like that's not my position.
I can understand criticism revolving perhaps a particular level of quality of writing or artwork in some of these books.
Yes.
Right. And then these projects should not be protected from any of that said criticism.
Yep.
Because it is a professional mainstream comic book, they should be subjected to the same levels of quality and criticism based on the craft.
Yep.
Right. So
I don't disagree.
There have been in the past other projects that the company publishes that are subject specific.
Yeah.
So I mentioned earlier, DC's done a Halloween special. They've done holiday specials.
Yes.
Most of those specials they'll have maybe one or two veteran writers and artists, but the bulk are new writers and new artists. Right?
Were any of them people of color? Were any of them like Asian? Were any of them like
Well,
gay?
those are those, and they're all because that was a subject specific. Halloween special specific. All the books have to do with Halloween.
Sure, but I'm talking about the writers and artists. Were any of them?
So again, these for the Asian American books, they're centered around Asian American characters or Asian characters, and so the hiring of and also in addition to that, spotlighting Asian American up and coming writers and artists.
Yeah, I cut you off with the example that you were about to give, the Halloween special of Batman. What was your point there?
Well, there are other examples of one-offs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only difference is that there's no race, right? There's no ethnic specific
Sure.
aspect to those projects.
Yeah, so that's important.
So that companies do publish these things.
I agree. Right.
Right.
And in the example that you gave, should they ever publish another Batman, I guess it's an anthology, right? Put an Asian guy to write it. Put a black guy to draw it.
Yeah, but they do.
But what we're saying now, it's not just important for them to be writing and drawing Batman. They must also be writing and drawing a black character, because that's important.
For this specific book.
Sure.
For this specific
And that's
project.
what I mean. That's what I mean by strategy. If going back to the whole point of, and this is the part where you're saying, Eric, I took exception to that, because not only is it about highlighting and potentially helping out, raising up quote unquote minorities, right? But it's also about these unknown characters who are of the similar minority background. I'm like, I get it. I understand.
Oh, so, but why are you against it?
Why am I against?
Well,
we're gonna go around in a circle, Bernard.
Yeah, he just said there's better ways to do it. Hell, even the
minus the third point, it's the first 2 points that strategically you can do so much better with than a one-off book. If your example is those books exist like Halloween Batman, absolutely great, put them on a Batman book, because those things are just 8-page commitments. They're not mainstream, or even they're not ongoing. That's my point. That's what I'm against. All right, 6:02. I gotta go turn back into a pumpkin.
good talk.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Mike. Thank you,
all right,
Matt.
Eric. Thank you, man.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
So, like, is there ever going to be a Marvel Voices for German people, or is that like still too soon? That's all I got.
I mean, it's called Marvel Comics.
Yeah, right.
What
For
you're
German
asking,
people?
Matt.
Wait.
It's called.
Specifically Germans,
but-
right?
What,
thought we
but
were
is there a
pretty
Marvel
politically
Comics
correct.
specific? Is there a Marvel Voices specifically for Korean people?
I honestly
I
couldn't
see.
tell you. I
No,
don't-
it's
I
for
don't know.
Asian
Is it in the-
Americans. It's for
is it in
Asian
the work?
Americans, right?
Well, I mean,
So
but
is
then-
there-
but
is
then
there a
you're
Marvel-
You're forcing it to.
Who's
do I have to
forcing
be
what?
Do I have to be
There's an
specific?
option for you to purchase it. Where's
Do I
the
have
force?
to be specific? For one thing, it was a joke. You know, we'll start it off there once again. But I mean, what you're basically saying is like,
Hey, Jumpy.
you want me to equate it to, is there a Germanic specific area? Like, all right, I'll specify. Is there going to be an Austrian? I mean, if you want to go that route, is there going to be an Austrian Voices?
I want Prussian voices.
Because I guarantee you, Marvel isn't representing the Austrians all that much. So
It's called Marvel Comics.
once again, cite an Austrian Marvel comic.
I have no idea.
Exactly. So it's not called Marvel
Right?
Comics. And for
There
one thing, it was
are
you're
characters.
making me defend
They're
a
German.
joke.
They're German characters in the X-Men. Or
So
of
what you're
that.
saying is Marvel Comics
region.
is Germanic because there's German. You're literally going.
No, I'm
I
saying
know there's
Caucasian.
German characters in some of them. Okay, so now we're basing it just on white. 'Cause
Well,
that wasn't even
we're
the joke.
basing-
My
we're
joke was
basing-
specifically
it's-
because I'm German, and that
it's
was the whole
Afri-
thing.
Look, some of this argument is rooted in why is there
See,
Black
but
History
you're-
Month?
but here, but so here's
Why
here's
is
the other
there
thing. No, no,
Asian
no.
American
No,
Pacific Islander?
let's go back to this. You yourself just lumped every white person into the same category. Is what you did, which is already incorrect thought. And it was a joke, but the fact that
Right.
you immediately went to lumping every
I mean,
white person,
we're joking, but you're
every pale face skin is represented by Marvel because we all don't have like that statement alone on your part is something I have to 100% disagree with, because you just generalized an entire skin color, just as in your, I believe it was it Dominican Republican or Cuban artist that you referenced that people thought were black. You just did the same thing. Am I white? Am I Swedish? Am I Dutch? Am I German? Am I Scandinavian? Am I Russian?
right.
If we're going to go down this hole, let's go down it.
Yeah, let's go down this hole again. The argument is why. The argument that you guys are putting up is why have this Marvel Voices?
Not me. I didn't put that argument up. That was Eric. That was yours.
You
in his
just
discussion.
asked when's the Marvel Voices for Germans?
And you took it really incredibly seriously. Mike laughed. He knew it was a joke. Okay, so you don't know I'm German, and we've had discussions about being German. And it was clearly a joke because I said, "Is that too soon?" It wasn't meant to be a "you're not representing my people" thing, which I think you mistook it from the beginning.
Well, again, Matt, I don't really know you. I mean, we just talked that one other time, a week ago or so on stream, about Taiwan.
I will
So-
say it is disconcerting though to hear from someone who has worked for Marvel to lump every vanilla face such as myself into the same category.
I mean,
face.
now I think you're really pushing it a little further.
I think he's screwing around.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you, buddy.
Yeah, no. Just being a goofball.
Yeah, no, I mean, I frankly, I don't have the, I don't quite know why Eric is so against it. I don't necessarily have an outlook on it as it existing is a bad thing. I understand his points as far as the resources could be put elsewhere for maybe possibly more exposure. I think he is somewhat ignoring the idea that they are trying to get those stories and characters and those voices out there. Like the content is a big part. I don't think he's really seeing.
I don't feel that strongly about it myself. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I truly don't. I think it's a mixed bag. I think there's some good done. There's some nothing done. Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, it's Marvel.
I would agree with the statement of why can't they be both? I mean, and there is something to be said about not all content is made for all people. Our closest comparison was Elden Ring.
Elden Ring, yes. Any tips for beginners? I used to draw a lot when I was younger, but stopped because of lack of time and I want to get back into it. Getting back into drawing. Two pieces of advice I'd give. First, draw something you love. Second, don't be too hard on yourself, especially if you're just beginning, because it'll take a little time before your art is at a place where you feel good about it. Hey Matt, did you do one of those 23andMe's?
What?
Did you do one of those 23andMe's, man? One of those genetic tests?
No, I haven't. Well, we went over my family's weird story.
That's true.
I'm almost positive there's a little bit of Polish in there too, but I would like to do one of those. I should. It's sad. I actually have a DNA test for my dog, but not for myself.
Yeah, man. Figure it out.
We got those free though.
Oh.
Believe me, if somebody gave me a DNA test for free, I'd fucking send it out right away. But also, that's really not something that concerns me a whole bunch.
Nah. Well, the thing is, right? If you're super far removed from your ethnic origin, then, like, what difference does it make, man? Because I've talked to people who've taken those tests and were surprised, like, really surprised. Be like, oh, man, I'm like 20% Scottish or whatever. But if you were to then turn around and start going around saying you're Scottish, I mean, ethnically by descent, sure, but
yeah,
as far as culturally, they're about as fucking Scottish as I am, like.
Well, see, that's the thing is, like, no matter what the test says, like, if you were born and raised in America, you're American and you are a descendant of whatever the bloodline says.
Yeah, you could be descended by whatever, but
yeah,
unless culture, you still have that continued culture. What the hell difference? It's just a piece of data.
Elizabeth Warren at a certain point.
Yeah, isn't she like 1/64th or less?
I don't know. I do know that it used to be, I believe, you had to prove up to a quarter, because a buddy of mine is 50%, and that was kind of where it was at. I don't know what her percentage was, but living the life.
It was pretty low, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't enough to actually qualify. At least not for some of the things she was doing. Or stating, I should say. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of would like to do one of those. I am a little, like, and that's the other thing, is I am a little concerned with, like, you pay the money for it and it comes back and it's like, you're German, asshole.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that was a big waste of $100.
I mean, that does happen. Sometimes what your parents told you about your ethnic background is exactly what it is.
Well, see, that's the thing, is we tracked it back. As far as we could track it was Ellis Island, and then my grandfather, who was raised and born in Germany, then came here on Ellis Island, had some records, but there was like nothing on his mother and father. But they also, I mean, there was a lot of like skewing of the records back then, we'll say.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're pretty much taking your word for it, right?
Yeah, essentially. Like, it was more or less like, you know, where are you from? Who are you? What's your whatever? You know, probably back then, what is your denomination?
Right. Yeah.
You know, like that was kind of. I mean, there wasn't. You know, there was paperwork filing, but when you're bringing in that many and like, who knows what the organizationals was back then? I know there's like historical documents of people on, but I assume that if there's like, hey, these are historical documents from Ellis Island, that means they're somewhat rare. But yeah, I don't know. I know my wife, she's Polish, Italian. I believe she got some German and Scottish in her. But once again, it's, you know, I live in Chicago.
I saw people arguing with each other on TikTok because it was an Italian American family, and they were arguing about something fucking stereotypically Italian. Oh, you know what it was? The daughter, she snapped the pasta in half to boil it, and her mom started freaking the fuck out in a very, you know, Brooklyn-y accent.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a big no-no. Her dad was, I think he was either full-blood or close to it, and he was big on those principles.
Sure. But then in the TikTok caption was like, pissing off your Italian mother. But then the TikTok individuals who were watching were like, what do you mean Italian? You all are American. And then the argument is still, you know, go fuck yourself. They might not be from Italy, but you could still uphold Italian culture and yada yada yada.
Like, how miserable do you have to be just scrolling along TikTok and you see that and you're like, nah, I'm gonna shit on this. Like, why? I guess is my question.
Right.
Like, why do you have to have your voice out there in a negative space? Like,
right, yeah, what if it was like a person of like Polish descent making pierogies the wrong way or something? You know, like, you're not Polish.
The only right way is to boil and then pan fry, I'm just saying.
Right? Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I'd be like, you're not Polish, you're American. It's like, but yeah, what if you like, what if you actually share that, like, unlike the Scottish example I gave earlier, what if you actually do share and or brought up in, you know, your cultural heritage, you know?
Well, I like how it's always other people who feel they can tell you what you are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you were born in Queens, you're not Polish, and it's like, well, I am. Should I put it with a sauerkraut?
Yeah.
So I'm not German. Like,
yeah, right.
What are we talking
What if you're like Korean American and you know you're making kimchi the wrong way and your mom's busting your chops and you're like, you're not Korean. I don't hear a thick Korean accent. You're not speaking Korean. You're American.
It all just goes back to a weird rooted racism, where it's like, nah, you're not acting like that. It's like, acting like what?
Hey guys,
yeah.
I gotta head out. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Bernard. Sorry if things got a little
thank you for joining
weird.
us.
Yeah, man. Apologies if things got a little heated or a little aggressive. I do like to keep things civil here, and I do respect you as a creator, as a content creator, as a man. I respect the hell out of you, Bernard. It was nice hearing you out, man. I appreciate both yours and Eric's point of view. I like to think I see both sides. I think there's merit to what he's saying. There's definitely some merit to what you're saying. At the end of the day, I truly don't feel as strongly about it one way or another, and I think there is some good that comes out of it.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know why we can't have both.
Yeah,
I would agree.
That is fair.
I don't necessarily disagree with Eric's position that perhaps maybe another strategy would be to put those same artists or writers on a more high-tier book to give them a higher platform to showcase their talents.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. I am definitely on the side of the artists.
Yeah, as long as
100%.
doing something, you know.
But even if that is an option, I don't see why that would reflect in any kind of negativity towards these kind of projects. I don't see why it has to be one or the other.
Right. No, I don't hold any ill will towards these projects, their creators or the people involved whatsoever. And no, I don't like it. Yeah.
And thanks, Matt. For your time.
Yeah, no, I did. I hopefully there's no. I don't. I'm not mad. There's no ill will. I hope it was a nice discussion. It's nice to find.
It was a joke. Yeah. So
I think things just got a little heated for a second.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I appreciated the discussion and thank you for answering my questions as a 100% outsider.
I mean, I apologize if I came off a little too aggressive towards the end there.
Listen,
we're all good, dude, brother. We're good.
Yeah, no, we've been talking about this thing.
Same thing with me, though. I apologize as well, but all good, brother.
Excellent.
I think these are fun conversations to have, in a sense. Probably better in person,
Right.
as opposed to just hearing voices. Definitely better than just texting or chatting.
I mean,
about.
if you're ever hanging around like we do, we hang out Friday nights. So you got time? You ever want to talk, or if there's if there was something going on that we talked about here and you got time, I'm always in Discord and shit, man.
Yeah.
Face to face, it's all cool.
Yeah,
It's
no,
fun. I like discussing things.
Appreciate your point of view, Bernie.
Hell yeah.
Really do.
All right, guys, take care. Stay safe.
You too, man.
You as well, man. You have a wonderful evening.
Yeah,
And,
man.
well, he's 2 hours behind, right? What time is it?
Let me drop Bernie's information.
Thanks.
Hell yeah. You have a good night, man.
All right, bye.
Good night, Bernie. A good guy, that Bernard Chang.
Hell yeah. Awesome. I mean, there's some perspectives that that's why I love asking the questions, because I don't know shit. I love to learn.
Here, if you hear the sound of my voice, make sure to check out Bernard's Instagram. Check out Monkey Prince. He's putting some really, really hard hours in, and he's kicking all kinds of ass on that. And for good measure, let's drop Canetti's info in there as well.
I've been downloading WWE creator characters for like 20 minutes.
Wait, you mean like pre-made ones that other people have made?
Hell yeah. There's so many good ones out here that people make. I couldn't do that shit. I don't have the time for that.
Yeah, I see people doing that in Elden Ring. Like I see somebody made a Kratos, and there was people are really, they're like goddamn geniuses in that character creation.
Yeah, there's some of them in here that like, I don't know where the hell they got the assets.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. Like, they're good, man.
Yeah, dude. For a second, for like maybe like a few minutes, I perused the character creation area in Elden Ring, and I just thought, no.
Are those free download? Like you could just download other people's shit?
I don't know if you could do that, but I know you can. I know you can the ability that they give you to tweak your own. It's really involved. It's really in depth, and I actually heard somewhere that people that when they were first setting up their character in Elden Ring took a few hours to do theirs, just tweaking every little thing.
Dude, anytime a game has like eyebrow and jaw lines, I'm like, nah, pre-made. I can't. I'm just gonna choose a pre-made.
Because I'm like, I will get sucked into this. Yeah,
it will be hours. I won't play the game tonight. I'm gonna just be making my character.
Right.
That's the problem with WWE too. I mean, the first hour or so of the game is creating someone.
You got some big time moves?
Big time moves?
Moves.
Oh.
I got some big time moves.
So, I don't know how many people are watching that watch my stream right now, but I've got this whole thing planned to do for a WWE stream. To the point where today on the stream I released my first like fake wrestling promo.
Oh, that's so good.
And I did it old school to where like it took over my stream.
Oh my god, wait, so did you like pre-film it and then have it interrupt you?
Yes. I was like, I'm gonna go to wait, do you guys hear that? And then the little video starts with static. and it went right into it.
Oh man, that's so fucking hilarious, dude. I used to love those.
Yeah, dude, I did too as a kid. Like the Attitude Era, or like, and my
Yeah.
next one is gonna be, you know how like they would always tease the wrestler, but he would be like in the shadows.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's my next idea, but I gotta figure out how to film it. Oh, by the way, I'm wearing a luchador mask.
Excellent.
Yeah, the character's a luchador.
I'm just calling you Matt Mysterio.
The American Patriot. Patriota Americano.
It's loosely based on Nikki's.
The
Papa.
luchador mask has an American flag on it. I have a tuxedo shirt, an American flag tuxedo shirt that I'm gonna wear when I stream it with the mask. I can't fucking wait.
This is cultural appropriation.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
This is what they were warning us about.
But it's for fun.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to write to my congressman.
It's gonna be great because I'm gonna do the Rey Mysterio storyline thing, which is he's always in a mask.
Yeah, of course.
And then I'm gonna create a character of the fat luchador in game, and then put him through a Royal Rumble with all other creative characters, like everybody from like Joe Biden to Michael Myers.
Did Rey Mysterio die?
Nah, dude, he's still wrestling with his kid. He's got his the Dominic, the one that Eddie Guerrero was supposed to be the father of.
Eddie Guerrero, that's who died. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, you know, I would honestly, it's gonna sound mean, but like I would have rather had Eddie Guerrero than Rey Mysterio. Just saying. I loved Eddie Guerrero.
Guerrero was a beast.
Yeah,
that
dude,
fucker could
just
move.
jacked as shit.
Yeah, man. Jacked and small. I mean, small compared.
Shorter, yeah.
But like how? Fuck. You know, he's probably like 5'11" or 6 feet tall, but everyone else is their fucking monster. So you're just like, man.
Well, he also, I
he's
mean,
tiny.
Benoit had that too. Benoit was a brick shithouse, but he was like 5'8" or 5'7". Wasn't big.
Fucking little T-Rex arms, motherfucker.
Dude, yeah.
Yo,
Eddie Guerrero was, I mean, he was always fucking just, like, he was like, you didn't expect a guy with that size to have that much muscle on him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look at
Fast
Rey
as fuck.
Mysterio. Rey Mysterio's always been in good shape, but he's never been anywhere close to Guerrero.
No. Man, now I want to.
Yeah, man, that was like, I'm telling you, go on Peacock and go watch the documentaries on like WCW, because it's all the WWE shits out there, and they own everything. They're basically the Disney of wrestling, and they have documentaries on like it's called the Rise and Fall series, and it's like they have the Rise and Fall of ECW and WCW, and it talks a lot about those, like the guys jumping ship to WWE, and goes into a lot of it. It's they're quite awesome if you have interest.
Hey, Minnie Beth. Yeah, you know, I bought my dad the network subscription.
I have it as well. Or well, we had it. Well, they still had it. Now it's all part of Peacock.
Oh, see, I didn't even know that.
Which is really stupid because they, like, you know how the network was already built and they already had a whole system and everything.
Hell yeah, yeah.
Peacock didn't use any of it. It took like 6 months for them to get anywhere near, like, other than just watching the pay-per-views and shit.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating at first because I was paying $10 a month and like it's now like, oh, you don't have to pay anything, but the shit don't work well. Basically like Warzone. You don't have to pay anything, but it doesn't work well.
Yeah, it's gonna make you want to tear your hair out.
No, and not your head hair.
I'm ripping my pubes right out. Minnie Beth says,
Go
listening to the stream. Welcome.
There's a Vladimir Putin in WWE.
Awesome.
That just makes me laugh because it actually kind of looks like him too. It's fucking ridiculous.
Let me see. Screen cap that for me. I want to take a look. Please, por favor, if possible.
Damn, I was muted. Do you want me to just share the image in the Discord?
Yeah.
I have this terrible, I'm gonna mute my audio because there's this terrible music that's licensed playing.
I got money for uni. I spent most of it on
Alright,
Apple
what's
iPad. Nope. And Procreate, no regrets. Man, I love this Procreate. No joke.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah, will it even allow you?
I'm muting my audio completely. What'd you say?
Oh no, nothing. I was checking it.
Yeah, he looks pretty close to him. It's pretty ridiculous. So I can't mute this son of a bitch. I'm gonna stop it.
Hey, it's Nicky Mysterio Jr.
Oh, hello.
Hello, everybody.
Oh man, they got Hank Hill in this game.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick pee break, Nikki. Stay put. Don't
Aw.
go anywhere.
Okay, you better push fast.
Push.
Hard. I don't
I'm
know.
not shitting out of it. Jesus.
Whatever you do in the bathroom, just push harder.
It's gonna explode, Nikki.
Explode.
That's what happened.
I'm eating
Pops like
a.
sausage.
I gotta show you what fucking ice cream I'm eating, bro. It's so good.
You don't have your camera on, do you?
No. I could though, actually. Hold on a second. Hold up. Wait. And I'm trying to find what it actually is though. You know what I mean? Give me a second first.
I really wish I had another Fairlife.
Oh man, I had I'm so full right now. I don't even know why I'm eating this.
Yeah, don't.
I know. After what I just went through, stupid ass. Luckily, this is. I didn't have my dinner for about. I let myself sit for like an hour, so I'm good. It's actually made with almond milk, so that's pretty cool. Wow, camera fucking work. Jesus.
That's sure enough the perfect way to get electronics to work. Fucking work. Shit.
Yeah. No, the smack you
She's
across
punching
the face.
it. That's what the sound you hear is.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
You son of a
There's
bitch.
a lot happening right now. Hold on. You son of a bitch, I kill you. Where is that? Here?
Thanks for everybody sticking around through the heated times.
It is vanilla.
It was fun. Discussion is good.
Okay. I'm back. It is vanilla salted caramel and macadamia nut.
That does sound good.
And I will show myself
I'll have that.
on camera. Do. Hi. Oh, it's dark as fuck in here. Hold on. Oh, that's so bright. Relax. Look at this fucking beauty. She looks fire, right? You're muted.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, no, I'd eat that. That looks awesome.
Here's the problem. There's absolutely nothing nutrition about this. I just needed it for,
For fun.
you know.
You need a pick-me-up. It's sad when the vices become like a fucking ice cream bar. It's like, I needed the ice cream bar. And it's like, oh, you don't drink? No, I wasn't alcohol. It's ice cream.
Yeah, man. I don't even. You know what I craved earlier this week? That's when Melee was like, "What are you pregnant?" I wanted pineapple. Remember? So I got myself fucking pineapple, and I was eating it out of the can.
Alex looked up. He's like, oh, you can get pineapple spears now? And I was like, yeah.
Those
And he's
shit
like-
such hard though. Have you ever tried them?
Well, his immediate thing was he's like, yeah, people pour the juice out and just soak them in vodka or rum. And it's like, why do you gotta?
Bro, come on, man.
There.
Just enjoy it naturally.
I don't know.
But I did get the
pineapple.
spears.
I do too. It's good shit.
It's like it hurts. I'm like, oh, this isn't juicy and fun to eat. Give me
It's
the
almost like
juices.
when you eat the spears, too much of the acid hits the roof of the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I still dig it. I'll eat spears. I don't give a shit.
I love pineapple. And mango.
Yeah, I love mango as well.
Holy fuck. Look at all the detail in this drawing.
Hell yeah, he's killing it.
Way to go, Mikey Ho. I'm high on chocolate.
The stream is coming down from a very tense few moments.
Bro, I made sure to stream the Discord. I saw who was in here and I was like, I'm gonna go watch TikToks. I'll be back later.
Yeah.
I love them both, but I was like, this mixture, I don't know what's gonna pop off, so I'm just gonna stay out of it. Hi, cutie. Say hi.
Hey.
Opposites.
Hi. What are you eating?
Samosa.
Righteous.
Look at you losing weight. Your
No,
face is
Minnie
so
did
lean.
come in for the heated stuff.
Thanks.
Also
I'm
fun.
shoving ice cream down my mouth. It's actually made with almond milk.
Nikki, your head is your face is so angular now. Your face used to be a complete full circle.
Dude, it was
Like a-
huge. It was like a bowling ball.
Your face was completely spherical, like a Thomas the Tank Engine, but not anymore, Nikki.
But I appreciate the love you still gave me. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thomas the Tank Engine?
Yeah.
It's the cheeks is what is giving it away.
Yeah, those rosy cheeks. I just like that's the go-to, like Thomas the Tank
I
Engine.
said bowling ball.
Can you name a more spherical face?
This is true. And he has cheeks. My cheeks, you want to look at? You can look at them right now. Pop, pop, pop.
Yep.
You eating ice
Win.
cream?
I'm not saying it was a bad choice.
Bro,
yeah.
I am.
Ew.
I am. It's dairy. It's made from almond milk, so it's dairy-free, salted. What did I say? Vanilla salted caramel with macadamia nuts.
Yeah. You know, like a delicious cookie too. I love white chocolate macadamia.
I was
nuts.
just talking hype about your drawing, dude. This looks amazing.
I don't like it yet.
Ugh.
So I'm gonna keep working on it.
Sounds about right from an artiste.
Yeah, I try to get it to. Generally stop when I start to like it. I actually deleted one because
Oh,
I
no,
was
you did
sketching the
not.
other day and it was, man, I just did not get it. Some days you just, you know what? Listen, not even Jordan landed every basket, so you just have off days sometimes.
That's like a prep talk from a coach who doesn't know sports.
Right.
Hey, Jordan didn't hit every basket, Sonny.
That's funny.
I know we're playing golf, but it still makes sense, right?
Get in there.
Sure.
I came into stream in time for heated stuff. Yeah, no, there's like I said earlier, man. I see Eric and Bernard's points. Yeah, Nikki, you missed it.
Did I?
Nikki's like, it was intense.
I love them both, but it's okay.
Listen, sometimes people disagree.
Yeah. Did you watch the Attack on Titan?
No, but I heard there's another cliffhanger, and it's not going to finish until episode 90. So there's three more episodes. You got to wait on.
That won't apparently show until next year.
What the fuck?
Do you know how pissed off I was when I found that out? I have to email Bale to see where he can find me the manga, because I'm not fucking waiting, little shits.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the same. I mean, I'm like 2 episodes behind.
Ooh. Well, I didn't say anything then.
Yeah, I'm 2 episodes behind. But I'm like reluctant because now I'm like, I mean, no, now I got to because I don't want to be spoiled. But now I'm like, what the hell, man? This was supposed to be it.
Yeah, Jake told me and I actually swore in front of him. Not like to him, but he's like, guess what? And
You called him
I'm
a
like,
cunt.
What's up?
You
No.
little shit.
No, but he was like, he told me, and I was like, shut the fuck up. Like, I was like, what?
Nikki called him.
He
I'm
started laughing.
kicking you out, you
Nick-
little asshole.
Nick-
He's just a messenger.
Nikki called him a bundle of sticks right then and there.
Here, so nasty.
Oof.
Bundle of sticks.
Weird
That's
insult.
right.
I don't know.
Dork.
That reminds me, I need to see that. Yeah, you do,
Mhm.
Minnie Beth.
I think I was more upset expecting to watch it last week, and they're like, "Oh, it's not till next week," and I'm like, "What are they doing?" But then that's when they told me that Japan had that something con, I don't know,
What?
anime con, I don't know. There was like a con last week in Japan,
Oh, a big one.
like an anime. I guess so. I mean, if they push back everything to be released the next day.
Yeah, Well, anime is enormous there, so
Yeah, I would like to visit there. That'd be pretty cool.
man, I'd like to visit with a Japanese person as a translator. Do we know anyone that speaks Japanese fluently? Volpsy, maybe a little.
Yeah, maybe.
But you know, she's a mudblood, dude. So you know, they're gonna spit at her when you're walking around the streets.
I don't know why, but like in real life, it sounds even worse than in Harry Potter. It just doesn't sound worse.
Oh, you like the way I said it so casually?
like you've been using it your whole life. Damn bloodbloods in this neighborhood. The fuck? It really is a term that should not be applied to real life. It's fucking terrible.
It's a real slur, isn't it?
It really is. Like, fuck the magic form of it. In real life, it's fucked up.
Fuck the magic form. Ooh, Minnie, you got some catching up to do. Don't even worry about it, because they're not showing us anymore right now, so take your time on those last 8.
So 3 more episodes? Is that what it is?
I just don't know when they're going to be released. Next year. Dude, I'm so happy to be eating regular food again, Matt. You have no idea.
Wait, so you couldn't eat regular food this whole time?
You gotta stop taking bites in the bar and getting those teeth knocked out.
Last week I fucked up. I was having such a good time on stream with everybody that I overate on pasta and it expanded my stomach.
Oof.
And I was in pain till Saturday. It was like abdominal sharp pains. Like enough to give me back pains too. It was fucking, it hurt so bad. The nurse got a hold of me on Saturday during stream. I was so thankful. And then I think Saturday evening I felt better. And then Sunday was like, I'm gonna try to eat like a cracker and chicken noodle soup minus the noodle. I'm slowly, gradually like doing. Oh, you know what that reminds me? Oh, Liz, I love you so much.
Hey, little Liz is here. Little Lizzie. When are you guys going up to the Poconos again?
August.
I go to Costanza's at Del Boca Vista.
Y'all going to Boca, hey?
Oh, I get that, Beth. 100%. Binge. I'm such a binger. I was just telling these guys yesterday I watched all Lethal Weapon movies.
Nikki's watching a film called Lethal Foreplay. It's
in one night.
It's a homemade Joe movie.
Oh,
Foreplay. I'm getting
how
too
dare
old.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old for this cunnilingus, Riggs.
I'm really muffed, Raj. I'm really muffed. Everybody's from like a weird sexual Vietnam.
I watched the first 10 seasons of Supernatural in 2 weeks. It was very unhealthy.
Ooh. I like you, Beth. I love Supernatural.
Dude, it's so funny, man. I would watch every episode but the last one. Because I thought the one that I saw was the last one.
Oh shit.
Where like, you know, I don't want to spoil it for anybody. Because the second to last one seems like a perfectly fine ending.
Oh, I should probably rewatch that. Just to see what the hype is about. It's been a while. There's something else I want to rewatch too. Will.
Same. And my friend told me about the other one. I was like, oh, okay.
Cool Cats and
Oh,
Kittens.
so you watched the ending?
You gotta go?
I gotta go test GTA 5 for tomorrow.
That's right.
Tomorrow?
I'm streaming it in the morning.
How early in the morning?
We
10:30?
go live at
11?
like 10:30. Yeah. So
Central
9:30
time.
your time.
9. He's ahead of us.
Oh yeah, so 11:30 your time, approximately. We try to go live by 10, but we never make it.
I never do.
It's usually 10:30 is the goal.
Whose fault is that? Nikki's fault.
No, I'm
No,
good.
my fault probably. It's it's that you get a half-hour period where as long as you start the starting soon screen by a certain time, you're good. But yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna go test it to make sure, because I've read that you can do like a solo lobby with just you and who you want to play with, and still be able to do all the online activities.
Oh.
So that's really what I'm interested in, because I don't want to get fucked with by like level 300. Like I don't want to get fucked with by your Elden Ring character coming in to murder me, for instance. So I'm hoping that, like, from what I've read is true, and we should be able to just jump in right now, get it figured out, and be done, and then tomorrow we'll be
You
golden.
better tell Alex.
He actually just texted me. I'd forgotten about it, so good for him.
Oh, good. Yeah. Awesome.
Otherwise, it would have been a like 1 in the morning, like, shit, better test this. But anyways, you guys have a wonderful evening. Mike, thank you for allowing me on the stream. I know things got a little
No,
weird there.
listen. As far as disagreements and debates go on the internet, I think we did pretty good.
Well, that's what it's about, as long as it doesn't turn like nasty.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's, and like I think it's important that like discussions like that happen. And I do agree with Bernard a bit, that I think part of what Eric has a problem with is he feels those things just don't need to be made.
Right.
Which, I don't think he ever admitted, but I think that's the big thing of it, is where it's just like he doesn't feel that it's needed, that the comic book consumer atmosphere doesn't want it, I think is his overall kind of opinion on it.
I think that's pretty. I think, well, it seemed like you think there are better ways to go about doing what they're doing.
Yeah, but and Bernard went a little back and forth, because in one hand he's saying everything is not idealistic, but then he's also saying, like, why can't we have both? And it's like, we don't live in that perfect world, as you said.
Right.
But I agree. I mean, I think, if content's made for people, let it be made for people. I'm not an artist, and I just kind of feel like artists should all be kind of like, oh, you're working, great. You know what I mean? Like, it's a hard thing to break into.
Really hard.
Like, if you're having any success, in my opinion, from whether it's if you're selling commissions or if you're making money from streaming your art and then selling those things, or whatever you're doing, if you're able to make a living at it, in my opinion, you're killing it, because it's fucking hard, man.
100%.
So, like, I do agree with Bernard in that, of like, we should kind of look at it like, oh, great, they're working. That's amazing.
Yes.
I'm not an artist, so.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. You guys have a wonderful night, though, and I'll hit you up on the next one.
Catch you in the next one, buddy.
Bye.
I did not know you could tap the pencil and go from pen to eraser. Oh, did you just watch me do that?
Tippity tap. Actually, I hate when I do that on accident.
I do it on accident all the time, but I got a little better at it.
You got better at tapping it?
Tappa.
I really got a sugar eye.
I'm glad you found Matty Cakes. He's a great guy to talk to.
Mm-hmm. And he's funny.
He
is very funny, which brightens my day. Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you're doing, so I tried it myself. Oh, and then you just you tapped your thing and you saw it switch? I like that Liz just came in here and moseyed on out.
I can't wait to, like, I almost said lay with her. Cuddle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
I just love that woman.
Joe's gonna want to watch.
Get out of here. Oh, that's what I have to pick. Ooh. Oh, buddy, I missed ya.
Yeah, I'm right here. Here I am.
Hello.
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 It's me, Mikey D. I left Austin a voicemail today.
Oh,
So
yes?
just checking in. Making sure he's okay.
Did he call you back yet?
No, but I was actually returning a voicemail from him. He left a few days ago. Doing
Oh,
the same.
okay.
Yeah, he just wants to see how I was doing. He told me what he's been up to.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, very nice. What a nice guy.
Dude, this website makes me look super white.
Why
Look,
would
look
they?
at this. Look at this website. Look at this. I'm on a website that's not. I don't have my dark mode on, and it's like,
You're like a ghost.
woo, really white. This ain't me.
Yeah, you're at least 3 shades darker than that.
Yeah, what is happening? I need to go to a darker. Oh, great.
You know what? Get the shoe polish. We're gonna do it by hand. Matt would have appreciated that one.
Listen. I appreciate you and your jokes. Okay.
I know.
Let's see the fifth. Oh my gosh. Nycor. Dude, I hate adulting. This is so stupid. Like, I didn't ask to be born to budget. Oh shit! I gotta go.
What? Oh.
I'm not equipped for this tonight.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
What's happening?
Look who it is.
Oh,
I'm sketching my Elden Ring character.
Oh, let me turn on your channel.
What's
Go on.
happening? Dude, I
Nah.
seriously think I got a sugar high.
You're on a sugar high?
I
Yeah.
don't really eat a lot of sugar anymore, and I just had an ice cream made from vanilla milk, almond milk,
Vanilla milk.
vanilla milk,
Almond juice? Nice.
juice.
Well,
man.
it's not
I
really
know.
milk.
I know, Eric. You don't gotta make it worse for me, though.
What kind of juice
Now when
do
I
you
have
drink, Eric?
I drink almond juice too.
Me too.
Do you make your own?
Yeah,
Mm,
the only way to do it. The store stuff tastes like shit.
it's nasty. I like oat.
Ugh.
I like oat milk too. I prefer it.
Ugh, you.
It
Oat milk is
doesn't
good.
last long.
Pay the bill.
It tastes like spit.
No.
Like-
Oh my god, it does not.
No, it doesn't taste. It's the consistency tastes like spit.
Well, it is thicker,
You-
but I don't get spit from it. I mean, it is.
I don't know where to go with this conversation right now.
It's creamier, I'd say. Nikki,
Yes.
it's creamier.
Okay.
I mean, it is creamier. It's fine. It just
Go on.
doesn't last. It doesn't last long. Like I've. I hate all of you.
I hate you. It's always you. Us three can't do this anywhere.
Oh man, can't take.
We're talking
you guys
about oat
anywhere.
milk, right?
Oh, yes, we're talking about oat milk. You should join me on camera.
No,
Wow, okay.
no. My sister's using my camera, so I don't have access to it right now.
What's she using it for?
She's in a Zoom meeting.
Oh,
She got spoiled. I lent it to her one time. She's like, "Yeah, I can't use anything else. I look amazing in the camera."
Aw. I love that vibe. Can I pay this? Damn.
Oh, you are on camera. That's why you asked. Haha.
Hi.
What's up?
Nothing.
Yeah, I was checking some Discord DMs, and then I'm like, "Oh, Mikey's on."
what do you mean?
It's your Mikey.
What kind of DMs did you get? Anything cool?
Just some
Don't
stuff
tell
from.
Just kidding.
They're just business DMs. Yeah,
It's business as usual. At the
business as usual. So what's new? What's crack-a-lacking today?
man, Eric Canetti and Bernard Chang were on. They had a disagreement, and there was a bit of a debate.
Oh shit, another one?
Yeah, it was about Marvel Voices. You know, when Marvel does the comic books focused on a group of minorities.
They do that?
Yeah, they'll do like the book for black people, the one for Asian people, the one for gay people, and it's called Marvel Voices. Indigenous people get a book too, and it's like every few months they churn one out. And
Why don't they do it every month?
Right. Well, I mean, you're kind of taking Canetti's point. Canetti's point was like, if you're going to champion new artists, you should put them on a real book rather than one that nobody's going to read. And Bernard took umbrage with that. And then there was talk of it being tokenization, and then yada yada yada. And the issue wasn't necessarily resolved. I think those two just have different points of view when it comes to this.
Yeah.
So just kind of an agree to disagree.
I mean, that's interesting that they do that, but it almost sounds like the debacle of Black History Month. You know, it's like you're resorting to just 1 month and discussing something that should be, you know, American history.
Right.
Why can't it be done more often? So I see it as almost like, you know, oh, they were not included, let's do that. You know what I mean? And then yeah, let's bring it back just to make sure we're still like on the same page.
Right. Right. Sometimes it comes off as disingenuous, but I think Bernard's point was that, you know, it does more good than harm, in that it gives young or new artists a chance at bat for the big boys.
Interesting. I should check it out. I don't read Marvel.
Yeah.
Most of it sucks. So like, I have no reason to.
Yeah. Same.
Like I'll only pick it up if the art's good. I think the last book I read was maybe Cosmic Ghostwriter. I think
Tradmore.
I forget who was drawing it. Scott Hepburn was drawing it. That's why I bought it to begin with, because I love his shit.
I mean, I like
Story was alright.
Yeah, no, there are a bunch of artists who I dig. So like Daniel Warren Johnson, guys like Sean Gordon Murphy, Riley Rossmo.
Yeah, but they're not really mainstream though. Those guys are still.
Yeah.
I feel like they're more independent.
Yes, 100%.
They have their own property. Yeah.
But you know, when they do the foray into the DC or Marvel, I do like to check that out. But I'm not a comic book reader anymore. I mean, I can't call myself one. Because you know, shit. I mean, I'm not. I haven't read a new one in ages. Bit of a bummer. But nothing's really caught my eye, nor have I heard much about anything new.
I mean, it's mostly indie stuff that draws me, because they actually have good stories that are different. Like right now, I'm on a Felipe, I forget his last name. He did The Many Deaths of Lila Starr. That's a really, really good book.
Is that Felipe Andrade, something like that?
Felix reps him.
Is he the guy that kind of draws like almost like a cartoonish like style?
Yeah, very ball pointy.
Yeah, very ball pointy. Yeah. Yep. I like how rough his lines are. They got a lot of energy.
Yeah. He just did a commission with the Max. Oh man.
Nice.
So sick.
Bet that came out great.
Posted in your chat. Yeah, I want to be on his commissions list soon.
Yeah, if I could afford one of his commissions, I wouldn't mind being on that list. Is he American or elsewhere?
He's Brazilian. Where is your chat? Oh, there it is.
The thing I read most recently was Dark Knight Metal. Oh, sure. The Greg Capullo, what's his face? Scott Snyder jam. Yeah, Philippe Andrade. Yeah. I'm sure I'm butchering his name. Yeah, there it is. Love his work, man.
Yeah, that piece is killer.
Man, his art's so good. I bet he's drowning in coochie, Eric.
Maybe.
What? How dare you, Nikki?
You're like the only one I know that says coochie.
Yeah, he said, "Give me that coochie."
Yeah, that's right.
Coochie.
Yeah, the only people who say it are me and Ree's mom. I actually stole that from Ree's mom because she would talk about how her mom would use the term coochie and she hated it.
It's funny.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think I'd like it if my mom used the word coochie either, Nikki.
My mom uses twat.
Oh my god, that's vulgar.
She's
vile.
She's one of a kind. That one.
Damn, dude. Hardcore.
Yeah. And some of the conversations, I'm like, oh man. A, I know where I get it from. B, we're in public. Stop. No, she's a great time. I love her.
Nikki's mom sounds pretty cool. My mom does not use the term twat.
What does she use?
Beaver. No, I'm kidding. No,
You had that prepared? Beaver.
leave it to beaver. No, I don't know. She doesn't use that any term. That's a word you hear all the time here, even in public? Twat or coochie?
Or beaver.
Or beaver. Oh,
What?
damn.
That's great. Oh.
Yo, you playing Elden Ring yet, Bono?
Nah, man, I don't have time for it yet.
Damn, Nikki. You hearing this?
Yep.
Some real maidenless talk right there.
Work.
Quirk.
Work.
Yeah, I've been jonesing to play it. Yeah, I've seen some gameplay. I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to play.
What system would you play on?
PC. I don't have a console.
Nikki, you got a PS5, right?
No.
What?
PS4. Don't think. I don't.
I thought.
Why would I want one? I don't know.
I thought old Joe had one.
No, he's an Xbox.
Oh, gross. Gross.
I couldn't choose. Couldn't tell you what I prefer. As long as it plays a game, I'm good. Oh, did you catch Moon Knight yet?
I watched the first episode. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, actually a good Marvel show.
I would say I think of all the episodes I've seen thus far, I think it's the best yet. I think it edges out Loki for being a strong episode 1. And Loki I enjoyed mostly because I enjoy the character, but also the time traveling aspect. I'm a sucker for that kind of sci-fi.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know any Marvel DC artists, but based my final art piece at school on Jim Lee's work. Mr. James Lee, comic book artist extraordinaire. Dude, Bonham, is it true that Jim Lee stole somebody's wife?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold that thought.
Okay. Nikki, I'm holding my thoughts.
Okay. Think about that affair nice and tight? Nice and hard? I don't know.
Oh, sounds like he's having an important conversation.
Don't eavesdrop. Like he heard your ass and muted himself.
I don't know if they're going to have Mr. Knight in the show. Then I saw him on the thumbnail on Moon Knight, so I'm happy.
I need to look into that.
Oh, he's giggling. You think he's chatting with his lover?
Or his sister.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's so dumb.
I love his laugh. It's so good. It's so contagious.
Hello?
What are you
Sorry.
laughing at?
Oh, my sister was saying some dumb shit.
I told you it was his sister.
What'd you think?
I was wondering who you were laughing with.
Oh.
He thought you had a lover.
Ugh.
I'm like,
How dare you?
Listen, I didn't know who's over your place right now. Could
That's
be
true.
anyone.
Fair enough.
I figured one
enough.
of your harem girls maybe came over. You summoned her over.
It's coochie time. do 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 do.
You just
Okay, what was your question?
Jim Lee.
Oh yeah, is it true Jim Lee stole somebody's wife?
I'm not surprised if he did. It happens a lot in the artist world. Yeah, dude. There's a lot of. I mean, there's still people too. They still do dumb shit like regular people.
He's cute.
You would hit?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh boy.
I'm just gonna Google Jim Lee wife.
Jim Lee wife. Who's spreading this news? Where did you hear it?
It was a rumor somebody told me at a convention like 1,000,000 years ago.
Oh.
I was like, is there any fucking but that was it, man. Nobody and it's not like there's gossip articles about comic book creators, It's not like Bleeding Cool would be like, look who's
Didn't they used to have like set pieces like that where they did do like exposés on certain creatives if they got into like certain mistresses. I don't know.
Oh, Jim Lee's daughter's a lesbian. Hey now.
Interesting.
I went to his Twitter and sure enough, I got to see two brides, and then yeah, he's got a new daughter-in-law. Dude, Jim Lee's daughter's got big titties. Wait, is she the one on the right or the one on the left?
I don't know.
I'm uncertain.
I'm gonna look it up. Jim Lee's daughter's titties. I mean, they're both hot.
Nikki G.
What's up? I'm like reading a fucking biography on this guy now.
Oh, Jim Lee?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm watching All of Us Are Dead.
What's that?
It's Korean zombie show on Netflix.
Is it good?
It's so good. It's like Train to Busan good.
Oh.
I don't know if you ever saw that. Yeah, it's like it's a series, so they're fleshing it out really nicely.
Are you watching dubbed or
Subtitled.
subbed?
Not an animal. I can't watch anything. I need to watch like its original language to really get immersed in it. Things like that get me out of it. I'm like, I don't care anymore for it.
I'm gonna head off now. I didn't realize it's 3 a.m. Oh, thank you, Minnie Beth.
Yeah, good lord.
Wow,
What's you giggling about over there?
Jim Lee's only fucking 5'2".
What?
That guy is little, man.
Yeah, he's a small dude. Oh, you didn't know that?
Nah.
Yeah.
Dude, he has 9 children?
Yeah, he has a gang, man.
Bye, Beth.
That's what happens, man. Making
Whoa.
comics, making babies.
Jesus. All right, so she had 4 kids beforehand. He had 3, and then they had 2 together.
Jim Lee clan.
That's a lot of nut busting, man.
He's a family man.
Yeah. That man never heard of the term pull out.
Nope. Get it all in there.
Wow.
Scrape the edges. I see your face. I'm like trying to provoke a reaction.
No.
And I succeeded.
Good night, Beth. Oh. Now I'm actually going. Got spit all over me.
It's like playing with those cam models with those little vibrator things. See what reactions you get out of them.
Oh no.
Wow, Nikki, man, you could probably fight Jim Lee.
I can squish him
Oh, don't do that.
with my thighs.
Yeah, he's a living legend.
Oh, yeah. He won't survive.
I wonder if Jim
Those
Lee's got a
thunder
fetish.
thighs.
How dare you? They're not that thundery anymore.
I think both. I
Maybe
think
they are.
both women he married, Jim Lee, were both white women.
They're good thighs still.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
Skullbash, what do you call it when a guy has a white person fetish?
They like white people.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
kind of like,
But yeah,
but
what's
like,
yeah, jungle fever,
I
but
have,
for
like-
whites. What do they call that?
yeah.
Potato fever?
Yeah. Wow.
Potato.
No.
What do you call
Let's
it?
ignore that one. I don't. Not sure how to feel after that one.
I'm gonna Google it.
Google Mayo fever and see what pops up, Nikki.
Wow.
Mayo. Ew. That's so gross.
Listen, jungle fever isn't much better. It's pretty rude.
Yeah, but that was a song. Wasn't that a Prince song?
Was it?
Jungle Fever.
Oh, somebody actually says, "What's the equivalent of jungle fever or yellow fever that refers to a Jones for white people?"
Yeah. Jones.
And
I'm waiting for it to load.
Oh.
Snowblind.
No, dude, that's when you're so coked up you don't know up from down.
No. Oh my gosh.
Believe me.
Urban Dictionary said cracker fever. Ugh, I don't like this. Vanilla cravings, custard chaser, snowplow.
Custard Chaser.
Custard chaser.
That's like the equivalent of cum guzzler or some shit.
Custard shake.
Cum guzzler. Ugh.
Glug 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 glug.
Glug glug glug. Chug chug chug. I don't know.
I prefer Mayo fever.
Snowplow. I like that one. There's a lot of people. Oh no. Vanilla thriller.
That's stupid.
Yeah, no.
Hate
Why is
that
jungle
one.
fever called? Yellow fever, jungle. Oh, and mayonnaise fever.
Oh, really? Somebody said Mayo fever?
Somebody's agreeing with it. Need me a white girl. Everybody does their high value. Oh my god.
High value white girls? Is that what
I'm just reading the thread on this.
and agreeing? Time to start spreading rumors about Jim Lee. I heard Jim Lee can only achieve orgasm with white women. And the one time he didn't, the woman he was with, he put mayonnaise all over her face so he can get off. That's what I heard.
No.
Yeah.
Cannot. This is Ghost Chasers.
Ghost chasers? That's kind of
Yeah,
fun.
dude. I like that one.
It's spooky. It's that spooky coochie.
A taste for Wonder Bread.
Oh, that's offensive. Wonder Bread is gross.
Wonder Bread is disgusting. I don't even know.
I've never had Wonder Bread. If I did, it was when I was a kid.
I don't even know if you could consider it food. Wonder Bread is so gross.
I think you mean other races and not opposite races. Jungle Fever describes the relationship between a black person and someone of another race. It would be the phrase to describe why all white women love seal. Yellow fever. Oh my god.
Do all white women love seal?
Yeah,
all
man.
white women love seal? No one told me.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, man. Kiss from a rose, baby.
Yeah, dude. Na 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 na. Yep, I see it. I can see it.
Oh, I miss that tune.
Heidi Klum, man.
Yeah. But she divorced him, though, right?
You know, Well, the spell broke after 20 years, I guess. You can
Damn,
only
that long. That's crazy.
listen to that song for so long. Yeah, but he had her in her prime. He had prime years, man.
Yup.
Yep.
There's a
Wonder who
guideline.
he's,
What?
who
Go
he's
ahead.
banging now.
Seal.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if he found another like super blonde Aryan-looking white woman. Like that was his cup of tea.
Alright, let's see.
Nothing but the most whitest elusive coochie for Seal. Hey, wait, what are those marks on his face again from?
So the type of scarring that occurs, I forget the name of it.
Like Killmonger.
No, those are actually purposeful. Those are like tattoos.
Oh, those are his kills, I think.
Yeah, that's what they're considered.
Maybe the Seal scars are his kills too. It's his. It's all the white pussy he slayed, right, Nikki? That's right, Mikey.
No. That's right, Mikey.
Sounded just like Mickey, man.
I don't want to look this up anymore. There's a lot of different names for white people.
Okay, we'll never get to the bottom.
Yeah, well, never. I like Ghost Chasers though.
Sounds like a TV show.
He is dating another white woman. He didn't learn his lesson.
People find jungle fever offensive. Oh.
Yo, the implications aren't great, right?
Yeah.
The implication being that.
I guess. I mean, I've never actually used it. Like, hey.
Oh, this was his assistant when she was living with them. Interesting.
Ooh.
Oh.
Seal was banging the assistant. Is she fine though?
Not Heidi Klum fine, but it's like you gotta upgrade if you're gonna.
Yeah. Damn, Seal. Seal's an animal.
Oh, last week I ran into Lenny Kravitz at CVS. It was so funny.
The fuck?
What was he buying?
Yeah,
CVS?
man.
Was he wearing sunglasses inside?
Yeah, he was.
Plan B he was buying probably.
But and I actually got I usually don't get starstruck, but
You did?
yeah, I couldn't even say
Did
words.
he have all his cool jackets on and shit?
He was wearing a it was all themed, definitely jeans with sandals. I think it was a blue colored shirt with a button on top. He just looked comfortable.
I was in the crowd as a
Bodyguard
teenager for one of his music videos.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't even remember the fucking name, but I remember I hated the song and I was super annoyed because my friend, we were hanging out around the city and some PAs or producers, they needed more people, but they needed more young people. So I'm just walking around, I think it was around Midtown Manhattan somewhere, and I was with my friend Marcos, and this PA was approached us, hey, what are you guys doing? You want to blah 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 blah? And I'm like, what the fuck? I thought it was a scam. And everyone was we're filming a music video. I'm like, dude, somebody's gonna fucking take our kidneys. They're like, no, we just need to sign us a release paper. And then we saw a trailer and an actual production crew, and they were just I guess they just needed more bodies. And they're like, yeah,
That's pretty cool.
So you sign a quick little NDA, and then we're in the crowd, and then it's Lenny Kravitz, and he's on stage, and you're supposed to be in the crowd, and you're like, yeah, it makes a noise, but it's like, it's silent. Like the music is playing like low. It was just so weird. It was the weirdest shit, man. And I fucking hated it. And I'm like, man, this sucks. But yes, there's definitely a music video out there somewhere. I don't know how long the crowd scene is for, but if you're an eagle-eyed viewer, you'll see a baby Mikey in the crowd, probably looking disgruntled.
In the editing room, they're like, that dude looks disgruntled. Cut him out.
Cut that guy out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the song wasn't even that good either. Oh wait, so what'd you say, Lenny Kravitz? Did you say hello?
No, I just smiled, said what's up, and that was it. I was just kind of like, damn, like I actually just got.
I'd be like,
well, you're different. You're a woman.
Nikki
you would do a lot of things to him.
Well, do you remember that time his dick popped out of his pants? Remember that time his dick was so big it burst out of his leather jeans?
More than a sweet potato?
Nikki, you haven't seen that one, dude?
No.
Nikki, Google Lenny Kravitz's dick burst out of leather pants on stage, no less. Dude, that thing dude, his dick burst out of his pants like the fucking Hulk, dude. Like the fucking Kool-Aid man. Just fucking burst right through his fucking pants. Flopping around. Flopping around. Skullbash, did you bring up his dick flopping out of his pants on stage?
That did not come up.
Did you bring out how fine his daughter is? How you like to hit that?
No, it was pretty much like I'm a fan of his. I started playing guitar because I really liked his music.
Sure.
When I was younger.
He's the real fucking
and
deal.
And he had like that, Hendrix flair
he sure
to
did.
him. So
he sure fucking did. Yeah, no, that guy was cool as hell. Yeah, and he got to bang Lisa Bonet, who was also fine as hell.
He's got good taste.
He does. And then he made Zoe Kravitz, who's fucking...
Yeah.
She can get it.
Gorgeous.
Right? Her face is damn near perfect. God damn.
Damn, dude, his thigh went right through those pants.
His thigh?
Dude. I mean, they're blocking out the other, but like, he's got thighs, like just...
Wait, you didn't see the uncensored version?
No, they didn't show it.
It's out there.
I'll leave that up to you.
Me? No, it's already in my brain.
Yeah.
It's scorched in your brain.
Seared in. It's been branded.
Yeah, I already saw it. I'm like, dope.
Yeah, good for you.
I got a penis too.
Yeah.
But not busted out like that.
Like literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of a dope way to get exposed.
Skullbash's dick once
Fucking
burst
rocking
out of
us.
his khaki cargo shorts once.
Khaki.
No.
Khaki and cargo shorts?
I caught my coworker looking at my pants once.
Guy or girl?
Guy.
Knew it.
And a girl.
Oh boy. Same time?
Yeah,
they were holding hands.
Yeah. I was wearing tight jeans.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And then they saw the imprint.
Oh boy. Damn. Did he probably just presented his butthole just right there on the spot, right, Nikki?
Yeah, I was not listening, sorry.
Nikki was watching his dick flap in the wind.
Hold on, did you see Lenny Kravitz thing pop out? I don't know why I said dick, In 2015,
When?
he like was playing the guitar and like dropped down, like I don't know, like did a squat and it just like popped out.
His whole dick, dude, just burst out of his pants. Ask Joe if his dick has ever burst out of his pants.
Stupid. He said I understand his problem.
Get out of here.
No, he doesn't wear leather pants.
You gotta get Joe some pleather pants and no undies.
Okay. If I wear special pants, then he wears special pants.
Yeah, you both
Actually,
wear
I don't know
special
if those
pants.
pants fit me anymore.
Yeah, put your crotchless denim pants on, Nikki.
Denim? They're not denim. What's today? Tuesday? All right. God Only fucking Tuesday.
Yeah, it was the male coworker, and he was like, he did like that lip smack.
Oh. Man,
Like that?
he immediately started applying chapstick.
Stupid.
Yeah. That is wild. All right. Tree. Dude. What's Joe doing? He's making a racket
I
in there.
know. Every time, man. Every fucking time. What?
And
are
all
you-
that racket.
Yeah, right? He's slamming things around.
Cling clang.
Oh, man. I can't believe I made it over 2 years without getting COVID. That's pretty good.
Well played, sir.
I'm so pure. We're definitely going to get it. Like, we're all going to get it at some point, right?
Is that still a thing?
Right? People don't give a shit anymore. Hey, Nikki, are people still dying from it? Or what? Or nah? Nikki's too busy putting her denim jeans on.
I'm taking my vitamins.
This late?
Yeah, don't judge me. I forgot.
Might as well not take them.
Listen.
Dude, at one time I took vitamins on an empty stomach. My stomach was killing me the whole day.
It's not like, ooh, no, yeah. Hold on.
Hey, Two Oaks here.
You don't want to suck my dick. Get out of here.
These particular ones I actually need daily, per my doctor from the surgery.
Who's he talking to?
What? Ooh.
Hey, Nikki, does Joe ever lick your stretch marks?
What?
You're so...
Wow, that caught me by surprise.
It did. Because I'm not gonna lie, earlier today I was looking at my stomach and I was like, wow, there's a lot of them here. And I was like, damn, how do I get rid of them?
Nah.
So like, I just like, in my head, I'm like, that'd be weird. He'd be like, da-da-da-da-da.
No, I like this. Man, dude, every girl I know has got stretch marks. Everyone, without doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I stretch marks.
I don't know.
It's just very rapid for me right now. You know, I lost. Actually, let me calculate this where I'm at right now.
Just think of it as like tiger stripes. Rawr.
70 pounds.
Damn.
Whoa. That's
Fuck
a
yeah.
lot.
Good for you.
Holy shit. Is that a normal pace? Because that seems very drastic.
For the surgery I had, yeah. And then eventually it starts to like balance out. Once I think he said give it 2 more months to see where I'm at and then incorporate more. Well, he's like, you need to exercise more. And I was like, if I exercise more, I'm gonna just like, is there any way to like bulk up or something? I don't want to keep like losing more weight. Not that, I mean, I do, but maybe not right now. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you need to do compound workouts if you want to bulk up.
You gonna show me?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
It's
bulking
just-
up right now.
I literally have. Okay, I have a big mess back there. I was cleaning. I had reached out to Bale for help too.
No, you need like heavy ass weights. Like
Oh, I don't have that.
you need to go to a gym and actually lift, like do deadlifts and heavy squats so that you can actually grow, like, because your leg muscles they need a lot of strain for them to actually even consider growing.
They're weak.
Like those
No,
girls
they're
you
not. I would
see.
say my thighs and legs are a lot stronger than my arms for sure.
Your what?
Like my legs, upper thighs.
Well, your legs are obviously going to be stronger because you're walking all day.
Yeah.
No,
you,
I'm not.
yeah.
I
Oh.
work from home.
Well, you
Well,
better
no,
start
but you
then.
don't. What? But when you walk
Oh,
to the
I see what you're
bathroom,
saying.
you don't
Yes,
do handstands to the bathroom.
Well, you should
If you
start.
did, then
Well, wouldn't it be pretty cool if I was like, how do you know? You don't know me.
this is the big assumption, and I'm probably right. You ain't doing no handstands going to the bathroom.
Oh.
Yeah, those girls that have like those thirst trap pics,
Yeah.
man, they lift so much weight. Like I'm very impressed on how much weight they can squat.
Hey, hey, Skullbatch, do you ever hear the Michael Jackson sounds from Smooth Criminal, but without the music?
Nope.
All right, listen. Here, I'll play it for you and Nicole Gonzalez.
I love it. Hey, play it again.
Yeah, one more time.
You want me to? I'll play it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more time.
All
Yeah,
right.
that was fun.
All right, here. I'll put the video on.
I love it.
I was thinking about making one of those a sound effect.
I like the beginning part where he does that like popping noise. Ow.
Oh, and then
It's got like a beat.
this girl makes a gagging noise that I like. Here, listen. Where are you? Here you go.
Where are you?
Okay, I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this? What? Who?
I like the whole clip though.
Did you see it on screen though? Did you see what she was looking at?
No.
Here, pull up my stream and see. I'm gonna play it again. This way you can see what she's looking at.
Okay.
All right, ready?
All right, here you go. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this? What? Who?
Let me know when you see it.
Oh, what is that?
That's nasty.
Chicka chicka, chicka chicka.
Dun, 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 dun.
What?
It's so much better knowing that you saw that little booger and he's
Yeah.
she's like, what?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that thing is gross.
I'm sorry.
What the fuck
Yes.
is that?
Any summer traveling plans?
Yeah, baby.
Oh yeah, where are you guys going?
We're going to we're going to Michigan City to do our own type of like TwitchCon. We're meeting up with Nerditude, Lizard the Tree Wizard, KG's flying in from Arizona. I got Chanel's coming. Bill Nash is meeting us there.
Dang.
And I think who are we missing? And then a couple of like our mutual friends in the community are staying at a place that's like a block away from the beach.
Topless
Beach? Michigan? It's not a beach.
It's like the dunes, you know. Okay, it's got sand. Relax, okay?
I know what it
Miami.
is.
We're not
Yeah,
Miami.
don't call it a beach. How dare you?
And my ex is from Michigan. She would always bring up, we go to the beach. I'm like,
You
that's
go
not
to
the damn
fucking-
beach.
You don't go to the fucking beach.
Anyways, that's my plan. What about you?
You're going to the big lake.
I might go to Atlanta to camp.
What?
Yeah,
Camp?
just go camping.
That's fun.
In the streets of Atlanta?
No. And it's like outside of Atlanta. There's this pretty cool spot.
Actually, I went outside Atlanta to a wedding, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, man. Oh man, have you been watching? I don't know. Do you watch Atlanta, the show?
The Childish Gambino show? No.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yes. It's very good.
I saw that Teddy one, that character, Teddy something or other. He looks like Michael Jackson almost.
Mm-hmm.
God, freaky, man.
Yeah, it's a really good show. The new season's out. Well, weekly.
Is it the last season?
I hope not. It's a really good show. It's funny.
I like
it's
him.
like
Yeah.
It's like a very how can I describe this humor? It's like a mix of dark humor with it's actually really hard to describe. You have to watch it to like see like that style.
I'm down. I dug that dude in Community. I'm sure the comedy's much different, but he's talented, man. That dude's talented as shit.
Yeah, I don't know much about Community. I haven't watched that.
The problem with Community versus like other similar genre TV shows, it's like Community's got some real shitty episodes in there. Like if I couldn't tell anybody to just watch Community all the way through, I'd have to give them tell them rather to look for a curated list of episodes rather than just going blind, because it's that hit or miss, man. Some of those episodes are real fucking stinkers. I wonder what Umbrella Academy is going to do with the Elliot Page situation.
What is her situation? I haven't heard.
How dare you misgender him?
Wait.
Yeah, no. Ellen Page is now Elliot Page. She has transitioned to a he.
What?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yep. It's a dude now. They are a dude now. He's whatever the fuck. You get it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, you know what I mean?
I like that.
Yeah.
You don't know it?
I hint the frustration in your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's confusion and frustration combined. I don't mean any disrespect by it though. It's just listen. Sometimes it gets a little confusing is all.
Yeah. Interesting. Does Elliot look different?
Yeah, he kind of butched up a little bit.
Let me look.
Yeah, he's still mousy looking, He does look like a little dude though.
Yeah, it looks like the guy who plays Flash. What's his face?
He looks like Ezra Miller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two.
Oh my god.
It looks like
nipple shot.
Looks like oh right, yeah, they had they had surgery to get rid of their titties.
Oh, if they're happy. They're
Me too.
healthy. That's good. Yeah. Now I'm curious on how that's gonna affect the show. Might be recast maybe.
Right.
But that would suck because she was really cool. Like I hated her the first season, then I liked her the second season.
Same. I wonder if Ezra Miller and Elliot Page hang out.
Would they have a reason to?
Yeah, the the Skinny Boy Strong Jaw Club. Elliot Page, Ezra Miller could be in there. Timothy Chalamet, you could throw him in there. Skinny Boy Strong Jaw Club.
Yeah, I can see that.
The Eddie Redmayne, the guy who plays I don't know, the autistic dude from Fantastic Beasts. That guy, you can toss him in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, it's a lot.
Right? You got a little crew. Hey, Vitamins. Hey, Too Woke.
Hey, Nikki, how's your business going?
It's not open yet. I got sick twice last month, or we're gonna be in April, right? Yeah, I got put down basically for 2 weeks, not back to back. So I got a head cold for about a week, and then I just had to lay down. I got fucked up. I finally was recovering, getting back on, and then Jake came over, and his ass was sick, and they got me sick again, and I'm like, what the fuck? So after working, I don't I was just like, I don't want to you just feel like you don't want to do anything except for get better. I had that, but I cleared out a lot of stuff, if you can see in the background, and I'm just making more of the stuff of the designs on the mugs, and I gotta start posting in a week.
You're not taking zinc?
Mm-hmm.
She's taking Zank.
I'm taking a bunch of shit, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Nicole.
Thanks, me too. It's the transition of the seasons, That shit always fucks with people's sinuses, and I was like, wow, I'm getting sick. That's weird. I haven't gotten sick in so long, but that's probably it. Not being around people and germs, your immune system's kind of we're gonna feel like death right now over just a simple head cold. But it's cool.
You don't go out often?
Not really. There's not really much to do around here. Well, I mean, I guess there is, but when it's warmer. When it's colder, there's not much to do unless you want to go to a bar, and I'm not about that life. I am when I'm out with a huge group of friends, vacation, to grab a couple cocktails, but not your local bar. I don't know. I'd rather stay home.
Homebody.
Yeah. Well, like I said, so it's getting warmer, so I know some parks will be opening up for hiking and different things. Talked to one of my friends. I was like, oh yeah, we got to plan our kayaking trip. We can go down the Illinois. She wants to go down another river, or we can go down the Kankakee River. Good 10-mile day. So I like doing that stuff. You won't catch me at a bar. I'm too old for that shit. I'm like, nah, man.
Yeah.
Nah. And there's not fun clubs or anything. When I say club, people are like, oh,
Auto service.
Yeah, it's there's some clubs that I'm sure that have good music and entertainment, dancers. I don't mind doing that, but stuff out here is all the same. Listen to the DJ play. No, I got Spotify at home. I'm cool. Plus, I don't really drink that much anymore, so I'd be going for a drink, and then I get tipsy, and then I leave, because my tolerance is that big, super teeny.
Cheap date. I love it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, and I found something in my wallet that I didn't even know existed because I didn't pay attention to it when my doctor gave to me, but the doctor gave us this card that said basically this person had medical surgery or whatever that pretty much allows me to order from the kids menu. And I was like, what? That's so fucking cool. So I put that shit back in my wallet. I was like, hell yeah.
That's dope.
Because eating like bigger meals, it's fine. I've done it before. Oh, you know what I do like to do, Eric? I like to go to different restaurants. So like for Joe and I's anniversary, we went to a whiskey bar. So clearly I only got one drink, right? But they're we got like this really badass charcuterie board, and I got a meal, and I was like picking at the charcuterie board because I wanted to eat the meal, but I didn't finish it because you know I can't finish it. But that's just it. Like if I know I want to have like a meal to bring home, I'll order like, you know, a decent sized meal. But sometimes I'm like, that kid's menu looks pretty good right now. And they won't let you do it. So
now if they don't do it,
I got my card. I'm gonna get one of those cool flip cards, like, you know, show them like the FBI.
Yeah. Check out this.
See that? Flip.
I had a medical procedure. This is yeah, you're discriminating against a person with disabilities, bitch.
I'm not disabled.
Yeah, it's a class action lawsuit now.
How dare you?
Mayo fever.
No.
All right.
No.
I've been streaming for over 5 hours.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I'm taking off. There's too much goddamn detail in the stupid fucking thing. Elden Ring. Stupid video game designs.
It's looking good, man. Yeah, a lot
know.
of nice details.
I know. I got a lot more to go. Oh, fuck. Okay, cuties. I will see you on Thursday. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for being here, Eric. Thank you for being here, Nikki.
Sure.
I'll catch y'all later. Have a good night.
Guys, have a good night.
Bye.
Ta-ta.
Bye. Ta-ta.